Chapter 1641. Jewel wasn't stupid, and was well aware of how dangerous this illusion world of nothingness was. Zhang Zidi and Li Xianke were both ancient almighties, but even they weren't completely confident before entering, and had even left behind information in advance. It was obvious that this illusion world wasn't as simple as it seemed. There would definitely be danger. If he went by himself, he wouldn't have to worry about anything because of the shared power of the King's Eye. However, if he were to bring Zhou Zi along, with Zhou Zi's strength, it would be no different from sending him to his death. However, after putting on 5 layers of version 3.0 Long John's, everything had changed, so sometimes, it wasn't because he was afraid of pain that he activated all his defenses. It was also possible that he was wearing too many Long Johns. Jua had already told Lotus Sun before setting off with Zhou Zi, but he hadn't revealed this to Kami or Yoko, because he didn't have any extra Long Johns in his inventory. The main thing was that it would be safer for one person to wear the 5 Long Johns, and it wouldn't be effective if they were worn separately. Most importantly, Jamiya Ryoko didn't like thick clothes, so he didn't tell her about bringing Zhou Zi to cultivate. She only said that she was going out with Zhou Zi and would be back soon. On the other side, Lotus Sun received a text message from Jua. She actually had no intention of betraying Jua, but the current situation was a little awkward, because Kamiya Ryoko just so happened to be next to her. Today, she had come to the villa where Jamiya Ryoko lived mainly to discuss buying Wang Ling a birthday present. December 26th. In other words, tomorrow. It was Wang Ling's birthday. Lotus Sun was struggling with what gift to give Wang Ling. In fact, it wasn't just Lotus Sun, the entire battle sect was secretly preparing for a birthday present. If it was just simple crispy noodle snacks, it probably wouldn't be enough to satisfy this crispy noodle maniac's expanding needs. Perhaps other people's gifts weren't so exquisite. But she, apart from the gift, she also wanted to use it to convey her feelings to Wang Ling once again. However, she knew his personality. He would definitely not like a gift that was too flashy. So today, not long after Lu Renfeng's matter came to an end, she found Komiya Yoshiko to discuss the gift. They hadn't even officially discussed it yet. Just then, Jua happened to receive a text message. Him again. Why did he always bring him out? You didn't even bring me along. Ryoko Komiya crossed her arms and complained. Lotus Sun hadn't expected Kamiya Ryoko's eyesight to be so good. She was clearly sitting across from her, and when she glanced at her screen, the text message was written backwards. How could she see it so clearly? Yoshiko, your eyesight is so good, humph. If your Wang Ling were to send me a text message at this time, you would also be able to see it clearly, said Kamiya Ryoko. Sometimes, girls were more sensitive. This was in fact thanks to the fact that she had sent so many messages to Jua that whenever the word Jua appeared anywhere, even if it was written backwards, Ryoko would still be able to recognize it in a second. Ryoko Kamiya's words made Lotus Sun blush to her ears. What do you mean by, my royal order? I just realized that you've become bad, Ryoko. Ryoko Kamiya, is that my royal order? Lotus Sun, absolutely not. Ryoko Kamiya laughed. I'm just kidding. Look at how nervous you are. I already have him. As she spoke, she stared at the phone screen. But I still don't understand. Why is he so concerned about Zhou Zi? Isn't it just taking him in as a disciple? If he wants to take him in, he can. Because Wang Ling was involved, it was actually quite complicated, and it wasn't convenient for Lotus Sun to talk about it for the time being. After all, as far as Ryoko knew, Wang Ling was still Jua's disciple. But Lotus Sun felt that it wouldn't be too long before Ryoko learned the truth about Wang Ling's true strength. But in the end, Jua would have to come forward and confess this matter to Ryoko. It actually wasn't appropriate for her to come forward herself. At that moment, Lotus Sun sighed silently in her heart. She had asked Ryoko Kamiya out just to discuss the birthday present, but in the end, something else had come up, and now it looked like it would be very troublesome. She could only comfort her. After all, You're going out to cultivate together, and that place might be more dangerous. That's why he didn't bring you along. The more Ryoko thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. But the problem is that this Zhou Zi's realm is about the same as mine. Why can he go? 2 men. Do you think it's possible that they went to some indecent place? No way, Senior Zhua isn't that kind of person. Said Lotus Sunday, but I just don't feel at ease. Ryoko had an anxious look on her face as she sighed. You haven't fallen in love yet, so you don't understand. Zhua and I are just at the beginning of our relationship, it's normal to feel this way. After saying this, Ryoko was slow to realize that her words seemed to stab Lotus Sun's heart, and she hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Rongrong, I didn't mean to, it's fine. Lotus Sun smiled awkwardly. She felt her mouth turn sour, as if she had eaten a lemon slice. Everyone was in love, but it seemed like she was the only one who hadn't found a partner yet. Who knew when that log of wood in the Wang family would blossom, Rongrong? While Lotus Sun's imagination was running wild, Ryoko suddenly called out to her. Lotus Sun, Ryoko, let's go together. Lotus Sun, but we'll be in danger. Actually, Lotus Sun wasn't that afraid, she was mainly worried about Ryoko. And if they went together, she was afraid that her current strength would be exposed to Ryoko. Ryoko smiled. It's fine, I have Ghost Talisman. I have 100,000 ghost soldiers at my disposal. Of course, just the 2 of us won't be enough. So we have to get help. Looking for help? Lotus Sun had a bad feeling about this. Then she saw Ryoko quickly compose a text message on her cell phone. Lotus Sun, who are you sending it to? Ryoko, Senior Golden Lamp, of course. Lotus Sun, after a few seconds, Kamiya Ryoko suddenly smiled and said, yes. Done. Lotus Sun was shocked. Senior Golden Lamp, agreed. Ryoko, of course, because I was talking to him about getting rid of demons. I didn't mention anything about the illusory realm of nothingness. Lotus Sun, Ryoko, but Senior Golden Lamp also said that he needed to report this matter to be on the safe side. Then he went to grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. She didn't know why. After hearing Ryoko say this, Lotus Sun suddenly had an ominous premonition. She felt that the illusory realm of nothingness, it seemed very lively. Chapter 1642. When he received Jimiya Ryoko's text message, Jin Dang only needed to pinch his fingers to figure out what on earth had happened. If it had been before, he would definitely have declined if Jimiya Ryoko had come looking for him. But the situation was different now. The monk admired Wang Ling very much, and had become the vice headmaster of number 60 high school in order to be closer to him. In order to better understand Wang Ling, he had a very good relationship with Zhua, and now that Jimiya Ryoko was Zhua's person, he naturally had to agree to this request. In fact, Jin Dang had already noticed the illusory world a long time ago. He could more or less guess who the owner of the illusory world was. So far, the illusory world had been relatively peaceful, and nothing major had happened, so the monk naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He had lived in seclusion on Earth for a long time. If it wasn't for his friendship with Wang Ling and the fact that he knew he still had a long way to go to cultivate, he would probably still be in seclusion and living a quiet life as a Zen cultivator. Long periods of immersive seclusion naturally brought with it boundless loneliness. Not everyone could be like the monk, who could repeatedly knock on the wooden fish in one place for thousands of years. For example, in this illusory world, old guy, you finally can't take it anymore. Jin Dang's face was dark and unruffled. It had already been hundreds of years since he had last quietly entered the illusory world. Now, the technology city built from gear, lights and advanced cosmic alloy had probably already reached a certain scale. It was just that he didn't know how long the city in the illusory world could last after they all went inside. Elsewhere, when grenade-throwing Senior Immortal received the monk's message, he and Loopy Toad were inspecting Shou Chang's destroyed private laboratory. They had obtained information from Lu Renfeng's laboratory. They had received news that Shou Chong was junior brother Lu Renfeng, so they had rushed here without stopping. In the end, they hadn't expected this online celebrity scientist to have already run away. The entire underground laboratory had been cleaned out. He hadn't taken any of the mechanical equipment with him, but had directly blown them up into flying ash. When the battle sect disciples responsible for the arrest arrived, the scene was already a mess. Everyone, do your best to search. Don't miss a single corner. Carefully sift through the ashes left in every place. Said an outer sect disciple of battle sect wearing a white Taoist robe and carrying a large sword on his back. Yes. The rest of the people replied. The emotions of this group of war sect disciples were abnormally high. Although they were still outer sect disciples of the war sect. However, there was also a monthly assessment for the outer sect disciples, which was also divided into grades. The disciple with the huge sword on his back was called Claudius. There were 9 copper coins embroidered on his Taoist robe, which proved that he was a level 9 outer sect disciple of the combat faction. According to the sect's reliable rules, as long as an outer sect disciple had 10 copper coins embroidered on them, they would be qualified to participate in the inner sect assessment. He didn't know if it was because grenade-throwing senior immortal was there in person. This great sword disciple also wanted to show the spirit of an outer sect disciple, so he repeated, "I can't hear you." Louder. Yes. The rest of the outer court disciples answered one after another. No. He has no energy at all. But I was already very loud. A disciple retorted in a low voice. In our battle sect, if a 9th-ranked disciple says he can't hear, then he can't hear. The great sword disciple said, "I'll say it again. Search every nook and cranny. Do you understand? Ming. Bai. Very good. Very spirited. Sect leader, the equipment in the lab has already been blown up, and we can't find any relevant data. The only clue we have so far is that the composition of the ash on the wall is very similar to that of the androids. In addition, we haven't found any genetic evidence related to Shouchong," a sect disciple reported. The composition of the androids? Grenade-throwing senior immortal thought for a bit, then snapped his fingers. If he was right, Lu Renfeng had probably sent a team of androids to look for Shouchong earlier, and it was very likely that they had threatened him. Inferring from the timing, the explosion in the lab had happened after Lu Renfeng had been arrested. This was in fact an excellent opportunity for Shouchong to escape. But there was one thing that grenade-throwing senior immortal didn't understand. Since Shouchong and Lu Renfeng, this pair of fellow apprentice brother and sister, couldn't get along, it was impossible for them to work together. For Shouchong, Lu Renfeng's arrest was probably something to be happy about. He had no reason to run away. But it wasn't impossible to catch Shouchong now, which was why he had asked Loopy Toad for help. Although this king is good at tracking, you should be able to do it too, right? Loopy Toad said. It's just that I haven't been on a mission with Brother Dog for a long time, and I kind of miss it. Grenade-throwing senior immortal smiled. This place was blown up very cleanly and has been specially treated. If it was a few months ago, given this king's strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to track him to this extent. But now, I can, Loopy Toad said. Tracking sense was a dog's instinct to begin with. Although it had turned from a toad into a dog, it was now getting more and more used to its body. It looked at grenade-throwing senior immortal. Did you take Shouchong's personal belongings? A battle sect disciple approached it of his own accord. Elder Dog, we've already prepared everything according to sect leader's instructions. We found these things in the apartment under Shouchong's name, I don't know if they'll be of any use. These are enough, Loopy Toad said. Also, don't call me Elder Dog, call me Mr. Second. It somehow felt that Elder Dog sounded like he was cursing. Alright, Elder Dog. Then what do you want, Mr. Second? We've collected tissues that have been stained with an unknown liquid, underwear that has been left in the washing machine but hasn't been washed yet and has an unknown yellow stain, a pair of socks that are no longer white and emit the smell of rotten salted fish, and... The disciple answered warmly. Forget it, just bring this bag of things to me, no need to describe them, alright, Mr. Second. Although Loopy Toad could already imagine how disgusting the things in the bag would be just by listening to the description, when it brought its nose closer, it actually felt like it had almost died from the poison. Are all older, single, straight men so sloppy? Loopy Toad was full of disdain. Ha, it depends. This reminds me of Brother Little Silver, said Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Little Silver? What did he do this time? It's like this, hasn't Brother Silver been obsessed with writing recently? Recently, he wrote a scene where the male and female leads kiss, and was shocked to realize that their first kiss was gone, while his was still there. Loopy Toad, this was indeed a sad story. After memorizing the indescribable smell in the bag, Loopy Toad's fur stood on end. It's done. Now, we just need to set out and find him. Yes, thank you, Brother Dog, said Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Even if he hides at the ends of the earth, this king will definitely find him. And so, about 10 minutes later, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Loopy Toad appeared at the edge of the illusory world's barrier. Chapter 1643. In the illusory world of nothingness, the huge technology city was clearly divided into two major areas. The core area of the city was the most splendid and brilliant place. Just by looking at the shining golden lights there, one could tell that it was the gathering place of the rich gentry. As long as they had enough money, they could do whatever they wanted inside. When Li Xian and Zhang Zizi entered here, they were in the outermost block. The air of this block was filled with a faint smell of engine oil and flashing neon lights of various colors, which made people feel very unreal. The two used invisibility spells and secretly observed the people living in the illusory world of nothingness. Although they had not fully touched the core area, from the feeling of the outer layer, this illusory world of nothingness did indeed have its own independent civilization. At first glance, they knew that it was the work of the heartless ancestor. Because as far as the two of them could see, the people living here were all half-mechanized human cultivators. Even many shops that sold spiritual tools had all kinds of mechanical limbs and mechanical organ parts hanging in the shops. The only overlap with the real world was that the language was still universal. You've created another world and declared yourself a king. This old guy thinks he's playing in Minecraft. Zhang Zizi snickered. Then, in front of Li Xian, he removed one of his right legs and replaced it with a mechanical limb. Li Xian. Zhang Zizi said, don't just stand there, hurry up and remove it. Li Xian, how do I remove it? Zhang Zizi, don't tell me you haven't learned the disintegration technique. Do you want me to teach you? At our level, don't we just casually remove and replace our eyeballs? Isn't it easy to remove a leg? There are only cyborgs here. If we move in public, we will definitely be suspected. Li Xian, although Zhang Zizi's words sounded very reasonable, Li Xian really hadn't learned the disintegration technique. However, both of them were big shots at the immemorial level, and their strength was almost the same, so it was not difficult for them to learn a new spell. Zhang Zian secretly sighed, and had to pass the incantation of the body dissolution technique to Li Xian's mind step by step. Li Xian studied on the spot for more than 10 minutes before he roughly understood it. Then, he removed one of his legs. He didn't expect that there was such a magical spell that could remove his limbs or organs. How did you learn the disintegration technique? Li Xian asked curiously. Speaking of which, it was old God who taught me. Zhang Zizi snickered. You know, my ability is very strong. As a result, the old goddess couldn't stop thinking about me. So I took off an arm for her and let her use it herself. Li Xian, Zhang Zizi sighed and said, fortunately, this arm was taken back before I was locked in the painting by Dao ancestor Wang. Otherwise, this right arm that has been with me for countless years might have turned into a fossil outside. Li Xian, after putting on the mechanical legs, Li Xian suddenly realized a very serious problem. He looked at Zhang Zipi. Brother Zipi. Where did you get this mechanical leg? Zhang Zi secretly pointed to a shop selling mechanical limbs in front of them. I just went to the front for an inspection, so I came here. As soon as I realized that the currency here is different from the currency outside. That doesn't seem very good, Brother Zippy. You're now the anti-theft squad's consultant, but this is the illusory land of nothingness, so what? I don't care, I have to severely reprimand you for this. Ling Zhenren has repeatedly warned me. Li Xian said seriously and exaggeratedly. After all, he and Zhang Zipi had been the first to be released from the corpse picture by Wang Ling, and he had been promoted to captain, so it was his duty to supervise Zhang Zipi's activities in the modern world. It would be an exaggeration to say that Wang Ling had repeatedly warned him, because those who were familiar with him knew that he usually spoke no more than 15 words, but putting that aside, the act of stealing was definitely not right. This was a problem that had to be corrected. It was the same even in the illusory land of nothingness. Fine, can't I think of a way to buy it? Zhang Zipi was helpless, but he could only comply with Li Xian's stubbornness. There was nothing he could do, because he was also afraid of Wang Ling. That's fine, but you're not allowed to steal money, said Li Xian. Then, at the speed of lightning, Zhang Zipi returned the mechanical legs that had been thrown over to the shop owner. He then directly led Li Xian over and chose to buy the 2 mechanical legs that he had just put back. How much for these 2? The shop owner, who looked like he weighed more than 100 jin, was wild with joy at the sudden big business. He rubbed his iron hands together and beamed. You two sound like foreigners. What, xenophobic? Zhang Zipi raised his eyebrows. Not at all, this shop has always been about the customer first. The shop owner smiled. The 2 mechanical legs that this gentleman has taken a fancy to are new arrivals, model Beppel 12 Pro, Taigui. Is it the latest model from the core area? Zhang Zipi asked. Sir, you must be joking. You know, the 10 floors outside the core area are all outer rings, and are actually where the poor live. There's no essential difference. The shop owner said, to tell you the truth, these 2 mechanical legs are indeed obsolete products in the core area for the rich. But here in our outer ring, they're new. So the price. I know. Just name your price. Zhang Zipi glanced at the shop owner and said. These are the last 2 mechanical legs of this model in our shop. The current original market price is 1,098 yuan. For both legs, sir, you only need to pay me 2,000 silver cogs. I'll give you a discount. The shop owner grinned. You can use electronic transactions or gear coins. After the shop owner finished speaking, Li Xian stared at Zhang Zipi's movements. He saw Zhang Zipi touch his left pocket, then the other pockets, and finally, he took out a stack of money that he had never seen before. The shop owner was overjoyed. When he saw Zhang Zipi take out the money without bargaining, he felt like he had killed a big fat sheep today. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. I look forward to your next visit. Then, the 2 left the shop. They found a dark corner and replaced the mechanical legs. Li Xian frowned deeply, still confused. Brother Zipi, where did you get the money from? Zhang Zipi snickered. I don't have money. Of course, it's from the shop owner. Li Xian said, You. Why did you steal his money again? Give it back. Zhang Zipi snickered. Didn't I already give it back? Li Xian said, but our mechanical legs, Zhang Zipi said, what's wrong with the mechanical legs? Aren't these mechanical legs bought with money? I didn't steal them. Look at the shop owner's happy face. He's looking forward to our next visit. Hearing this, Li Xian opened his mouth wide. This genius logic made him speechless for a while. Chapter 1644. In the illusory void, outside the technology city's core area of the 10th ring, mechanical parts were piled up like a mountain. Since they entered the illusory void through different coordinates, the illusory void did not have the same effect. When Odd Zhua and Zhou Zi passed through the outer barrier, they directly appeared in their current position. There were all kinds of mechanical parts piled up here, and the air was filled with the unpleasant smell of gasoline from broken limbs. As soon as they entered, Odd Zhua immediately sealed his and Zhou Zi's nose orifices and used the turtle breathing spell to breathe. Zhou Zi was stunned by the scene in front of him. This kind of apocalyptic sci-fi scene would only appear in a sci-fi blockbuster, giving people a surreal feeling. He followed Audrey past several mechanical hills. Suddenly, a mechanical hand reached out from the gap and grabbed Zhou Zi's trousers. The strength of the stump was not great, but it happened so suddenly that Zhou Zi staggered. In comparison, Audrey was indeed unperturbed, because he knew very well that nothing here could hurt him. Zhou Zi blushed. Brother Zhua. I'm sorry, you probably haven't gone out to cultivate since you lost your legs, so it's inevitable that you lack some experience. A long time ago, when I went to the secret land with the seniors to cultivate, I was just as frightened. Audrey smiled. These words were his encouragement to Zhou Zi. At the same time, it also made him feel like a master for the first time. He had taken a fancy to Zhou Zi and decided to take him in not only because of Zhou Zi's character, but also because he wanted to find a strong successor for himself. On the other hand, he also wanted to properly experience what it was like to be a shifu. If he could figure it out, he might be able to understand Wang Ling better. Using the power of the king's eye, Audrey conducted a carpet search from a god's perspective, and a hologram of the entire illusory world appeared in his mind. It turned out that this was a technological city, a cultivation city built on a mechanized foundation. Brother Zhua? What do we do next? Zhou Zi asked. Before coming to the secret realm, he was full of confidence. However, when he really came to a strange new environment, the fear and mystery that stemmed from the unknown made Zhou Zi's mind go blank. He had no idea what he should do. In fact, this problem wasn't limited to Zhou Zi. Most of the newbies in the cultivation world were like this. Under the current systematic model of compulsory cultivation education, unless there was a very special opportunity, no one would be able to attend college. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the cultivators who had graduated from university would almost never have the experience of exploring a pocket dimension on their own. Most of them would follow the main group and move together under the protection and organization of the instructors of the university. With the advantage in numbers, they naturally wouldn't feel afraid in a different place. Audrey had always thought that strictly speaking, it wasn't called exploring a secret land. Instead, it was called a spring outing or an autumn outing. On the contrary, the fewer people there were, the more uneasy they would feel. Z, you don't have to be afraid. What you're wearing right now is a very strong defensive equipment. What, you still don't believe me? Audrey laughed. I believe you, as if. Long johns. How could they be so strong? Zhou Zi scratched his head. Although Audrey had already told him before coming here about the power of long johns, Audrey didn't know what to make of them. However, he did not completely believe it. Because it was just too ridiculous. Although he was now wearing 5 layers of long johns and looked fatter, Zhou Zi found it miraculous that he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. These long johns seemed to be able to fit the human body, and also had a temperature control system that could adjust the human body's temperature to the most appropriate state. Such comfortable long johns were soft and intimate, and didn't look hard at all. How could they withstand a fierce attack? This didn't make any sense at all. AI, when it comes in handy later, you'll know how strong these things are, Audrey said. After all, this enchanted long johns version 3.0 was Wang Ling's handiwork. Who would have thought that enchanted long johns would be more than 10 times more powerful than the chaos armor worn by Dao ancestor Wang's Dharma characteristic creature, Du, but now, these 5 long johns were stacked together like a doll. Although they made Zhou Zi look like a slightly bloated Michelin tire, Zhou Zi's armor was now fully stacked. No one could hurt him. He wasn't in a hurry. In fact, he had brought Zhou Zi here this time to find an opportunity to help him soar. It was true that this heartless patriarch was an ancient expert. But if Zhou Zi could get rid of this 10,000 ancient rank powerhouse, he felt that he was more than qualified to join his sect. He had won without doing anything for so long, and was well versed in the art of winning without doing anything. It was just that he never thought that there would actually be a day when he would bring along the disciple he wanted to take in and set up a winning scheme for his future disciple. He casually picked up 2 mechanical limbs from the mountain of garbage and used the king's eye's recovery ability to scan them. Then, Zhou Zi saw the 2 mechanical limbs actually turn into golden particles of light in his hands, which formed a holographic image in the air and then swiftly materialized. This was the king's eye's light of repair, home appliance edition, which was specially used to repair mechanical products. He had just wanted to give it a try, and never thought that it would actually come in handy. In less than 2 seconds, 2 brand new mechanical limbs appeared in Audju's hands. At that moment, both of them exclaimed in their hearts. Audju exclaimed in his heart, "So this is what a complete mechanical arm looks like." Zhou Zi exclaimed in his heart, "There's actually this kind of operation." Sensing Zhou Zi's astonished gaze, Audju couldn't help laughing. "Don't be too surprised, it's just an ordinary technique." After sorting out his thoughts, Zhou Zi said, "Brother Zhua, since these are all semi-mechanical cultivators, shouldn't we also switch to mechanical limbs?" Audju nodded. "Smart. But given your current realm, you don't have enough spirit energy to use the disintegration spell to replace your limbs. Even if you learn this spell, I'm afraid it won't last more than 10 seconds. Then, what should we do?" "It's very simple. Just use an illusion spell." The next second, Audju used the shared king's eye ability to project the 2 mechanical arms that he had just restored onto himself and Zhou Zi in the form of an illusion spell. When Zhou Zi saw that his right hand had suddenly turned into a metal mechanical arm, he was completely taken aback. "Amazing. It's like I've changed into a new layer of skin. That's foolproof." Audju cupped his chin and said, "But this illusory realm is already another country. I'm guessing that the currency used here is different from what we usually use." Unlike other secret realms, this secret realm had these mechanical native cultivators and its own civilization. Wherever there were people, there would definitely be all kinds of sales and transactions. Furthermore, through the holographic image sent back by the king's eye, Audju could also see the dazzling, central core area. So the crux of the problem was how to enter this place as legal natives without alerting the enemy. Audju judged that if they wanted to move around here unimpeded, they would need to have enough money. Thus, at that very moment, facing this huge and sparsely populated parts junkyard in front of him, Audju discovered an opportunity to strike it rich. "Z, go pick up some parts that look like they can still be used," Audju said. He had the ocular technique of repairing light, home appliance edition, so he could turn waste into treasure and sell it for a profit. "Okay." Zhou Zi understood tacitly and could almost immediately guess what Audju wanted to do. But just as Zhou Zi was about to act, a tall, fair-skinned young man suddenly appeared in front of them. He was dressed in casual clothes and had neat bangs. As he approached them, it was as if they could feel the sunlight radiating from him. "Brother, you don't seem to be from here." Audju frowned. "Me? Indeed not, but neither are you." The young man smiled. "Who are you?" Audju's eyes darkened. This unknown young man could actually see through the king's eye's illusion spell. This was inconceivable to him. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you. I also accidentally fell into this secret realm." At that moment, the young man raised his hands lazily in a gesture of surrender. So he had eavesdropped. Audju breathed a sigh of relief. "So I just want to ask, where on earth is this place? I heard you say that it's a secret realm. Have you heard of Beiyan City?" "I'm from there," the young man said. "Beiyan?" Audju was blank. Then, he looked up at the person in front of him. "As far as I know, our Huaxiu nation doesn't have a city called Beiyan." "Huaxiu nation?" Hearing this, the young man was blank. He rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression and couldn't help muttering, "Oh no, did I fall into another space?" "Brother, aren't you going to tell me who you are?" "It feels very rude," Audju said warily. He felt that there was something indescribably strange about the young man in front of him. And most importantly, the other party's battle strength wasn't ordinary. The young man hadn't deliberately released his spirit power. But through the king's eye, Audra could clearly see that the spirit power in this young man's body was as boundless as the sea. It was almost on par with a Tao god. Then in exchange, after I'm done, I hope you can tell me who you are. The young man smiled warmly and then held out his hand to Audra. Hearing Zhou Zi call Audra Brother Zhua earlier, he also said, "Hello, Brother Zhua, my name is Qin Zong." Qin as in Chu Tian, Zong as in vertical and horizontal. Qin. Zong. Audra was stunned by the name. Somehow, he felt that he had heard it somewhere before. At that moment, Audra still hadn't realized it. This handshake was a historic meeting. Chapter 1645. The shared version of the king's eye had a lot of abilities, but at the same time, it also had limited permissions. Audra actually didn't have access to quite a few of the heaven-defying abilities. It wasn't that he was stingy, but that once these abilities were abused or used improperly, they could have a very serious butterfly effect. On the other hand, Audra actually hadn't reached the level of spirit power required to activate these heaven-defying abilities. He looked at the young man in front of him and felt like he had heard this name before, but he could not quite put his finger on it. Zhou Zi stared at Qin Zong. Although he felt that Qin Zong's sudden appearance was suspicious, he didn't know why he felt that Qin Zong looked especially familiar. "What do you think? Do you want to cooperate? From the looks of it, you're planning to sell these wastes, right?" Actually, Qin Zong had seen pretty much everything that had happened just now. He knew that Audra had the ability to turn trash into treasure, so he immediately offered to cooperate. "That depends on how you can help," said Audra. "TCH, I'm just here to join in the fun. If I can help you, I hope you can help me think of a way to let me go home," Qin Zong replied. It was Qin Zong's first time encountering a space-time disorder after falling into a space-time turbulence. He could basically determine that he had fallen into another space. This was a big problem. With his current realm and strength, he was still unable to correct space-time. Of course, he didn't know whether Audra could help him. However, based on past experience, Lin Feng was not a match for Lin Feng. He felt that following Audra was definitely the right choice, because he was lucky enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heard Audra and Zhou Zi discussing a plan in this deserted waste yard as soon as he had fallen out of the space, and he found that he could be of use. "Cooperation? After all, we don't know you. I think we should consider it," Audra said. He did not reject Qin Zong too much. It was just that he was too unfamiliar with Qin Zong. He did not know what Qin Zong's purpose for appearing here was. Also, if Qin Zong were to join, it might affect Zhou Zi's contribution. While he was thinking, Qin Zong crossed his arms and burst out laughing. "I'm not a bad guy. If you're worried that I'll steal the credit, you don't have to worry. I'm the best at providing support." It wasn't that Qin Zong had used some mind-reading ability, but that he had made a mental guess purely by analyzing the micro-expressions on Audra's face, and then hit the nail on the head by a fluke. Audra pursed his lips. "It's not impossible for you to cooperate, but you have to follow my plan. Of course, I'll listen to you." Qin Zong nodded. "Then you and Z can go pick up scrap," Audra ordered. Audra hadn't expected a Tao God cultivator to go pick up trash. He thought Qin Zong would be angry, but in the end, Qin Zong seemed to be in an unusually good mood. He did not look like he was picking up trash at all. Instead, he looked like he was looking for treasure. Audra was shocked again. He suddenly regretted agreeing to join Qin Zong. Why did he feel like he had dragged a lunatic onto the boat? About a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Zi and Qin Zong returned at the same time. "Master, the storage bag is basically full. It looks like it can be used," Zhou Zi said. Basically, he picked up the severed limbs that looked new and didn't have much dust on them. In total, he picked up 100 storage bags, and they were full. After that, he looked at Qin Zong. "Then, brother Qin Zong, how much did you pick up?" With a smile on his face, Qin Zong fished out a gray item from his storage pouch. It was giving off a foul smell of engine oil. It looked like a lotus root that had just been unearthed from the mud. Ah, can this be sold for money? Zhou Zi said doubtfully. Qin Zong was very confident in himself, and the smile on his face didn't fade. You'll know when it's repaired. After a while, the three of them took the mechanical arm that Odd Zhua had repaired with Repair Light, Home Appliances addition to a shop that sold and recycled mechanical limbs. Qin Zong glanced at the name of the shop, Boss Pigeon Mechanical Limb Shop, and suddenly felt all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. As soon as they entered the shop, the chubby shop owner was counting the money in the cabinets and seemed to be muttering something incessantly. He stared at the account book, puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it, and looked distressed. I clearly sold 2,000 yuan worth of goods just now, why hasn't the cash in this cabinet changed? Did I not learn functions well enough? My maths teacher is clearly still in good health. Boss, do you want to recycle the mechanical arms? Odd Zhua asked at that moment. The chubby shop owner immediately put down what he was doing, and a smile reappeared on his fierce-looking face. What do the three of you want to sell? Odd Zhua handed over Zhou Zi's storage bag first. These are 100 mechanical arms of different models. Boss, please appraise them. I hope you can give me a suitable price. If you want to sell them as a package, there's no harm in selling them at a lower price. He had the air of an old man, and didn't have the slightest bit of the guilty conscience of an outsider. The chubby shop owner was blank for a moment, then turned around and poured the mechanical arms in the storage bag into the huge cylindrical machine behind him. BZZT. After the red beam of light scanned for more than 10 seconds, the 100 mechanical arms formed a long list, which was pulled out from the spit at the bottom. As I expected, they're all old models. The chubby shop owner sighed and showed the list to Odd Zhua. Sir, look, my machine is connected to the internet. Almost 99% of all models of mechanical arms have them, and you'll see them after a scan. He went on and on. The specific model, the year of production, the manufacturer, the price at the time of production, and the current market price. Although this batch of mechanical arms looks especially new, as if they've never been used before, they're only slightly higher than the normal recycling price. For 100 of them, I'll give you 5,000 silver gear coins at most. Only 5,000? Odd Zhua frowned. It looked like his plan to make a fortune by repairing broken mechanical arms was going to be a little fruitless. He roughly knew that the boss was exaggerating a little, but from a business point of view, there was nothing wrong with him being meticulous with his calculations. Normally, it would definitely be more than 5,000. Perhaps the boss had quoted a little lower, but Odd Zhua guessed that the difference was only a few thousand yuan. Was he short of a few thousand yuan? He was thinking of directly becoming a nouveau riche by selling mechanical arms here. No matter what, he had to earn 100 million first. So Odd Zhua couldn't be bothered to haggle, and directly agreed to sell the bag of mechanical arms. The boss straightaway took out 5 1,000 yuan banknotes from the cabinet and handed them to Odd Zhua. Silver gears were drawn on them, as well as a special anti-counterfeiting seal. The spirit power fluctuations told Odd Zhua that they weren't fake. Because the workmanship of a fake banknote couldn't be so complicated, and there was even a deliberate anti-counterfeiting seal. Thank you for your patronage. After accepting the sack of mechanical arms, the boss grinned from ear to ear. After selling the difference in price, he had a net profit of around 3,000 silver gear coins. Just then, Odd Zhua said, "Wait, I have more mechanical arms here. Boss, can you see how much they're worth?" "There's more." The boss's eyes lit up. "How many?" Odd Zhua stuck out one finger and said with a smile, "1." This was the one that Qin Zong had found, and he had just finished repairing it. Odd Zhua was a little surprised when he restored the mechanical arm that Qin Zong had dug out, because it was a mechanical arm made of bronze and looked very cumbersome. He didn't understand the value of mechanical arms, and as a pure layman, he also didn't believe that Qin Zong would. This bronze arm clearly didn't look very valuable, but Qin Zong had been brimming with confidence from the very beginning. Boss, how much is it? Qin Zong's smile was still as bright as ever. In fact, when Odd Zhuo flashed the bronze arm, the look in the fat boss's eyes instantly changed. Unlike when he had poured the storage bag's worth of mechanical arms into the cylindrical scanner earlier, he took out a single-sided magnifying glass and a strong flashlight from his small drawer, and carefully examined the entire bronze arm. The whole shop was silent for several minutes. The fat boss suddenly cried out in surprise, "That's great! Sparassi! How could this thing be here?" Odd Zhuo and Josie. Odd Zhuo, boss, why didn't you put it in the machine to be identified? The fat boss, bronze arms are very rare to begin with. Just like I said before, the back-end library can't scan 1% of the model number. Josie, is it because the workmanship is very exquisite? The fat boss shook his head and exclaimed, "No, rather than the workmanship, it's better to talk about its collectible value." After saying that, the fat boss instantly realized that things weren't looking good. He had wanted to pretend to be calm and trick this bronze arm out of Odd Zhuo's hands. But after seeing this mechanical arm, he really couldn't restrain his excitement. If my eyes aren't wrong, this should be the Bdwin 46 Royal Deluxe Limited Edition mechanical arm produced by CJG's Mechanical Arm Factory 1,000 years ago. He said excitedly, "Look! This mechanical arm. It's also engraved with the signatures and seals of over 100 clan heads in the core area. It's carved in small letters. You can only see it clearly with a magnifying glass. After 1,000 years, I'm afraid it's hard to estimate the value of this bronze arm." Brother Qin Zong is so strong, Odd Zhuo and Zhou Zi were completely dumbfounded. What the F***K, they had dug up a limited edition, so, boss, you can't make a deal? Qin Zong asked at that moment. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to buy it. It's that apart from the nouveau riche families in the core area, I'm afraid no shop in the outer ring can buy this bronze arm. The fat boss smiled helplessly and spread his hands. "We're just poor people. If it doesn't work, the three of you can give it a try." Qin Zong cupped his chin and pondered for a moment. If it was really as the boss said, that this bronze arm could only be recycled in the core area, then it was the same as falling into an endless loop. The purpose of the three of them making money was to use the power of money to buy legal identities from the outer slums and sneak into the depths. Odd Zhuo and Zhou Zi were silent, they both had a tacit understanding to see what Qin Zong would choose. At that moment, after thinking for a while, Qin Zong raised his head again. He had a disappointed look on his face, and there was no trace of it being an act at all. So this treasure is going to fall into my hands? The fat boss smiled inwardly. He knew that his chance had come. "Actually, if you're willing to sell it, it's not that I can't buy it, but I've already reminded you in advance that given the value of this treasure, it's not worth it to sell it here. Our recycling price is definitely far lower than in the core area." "Then how much can the core area open?" "For them, I think they'll have to give at least 1 million. 1 million silver gear coins?" asked Zhou Zi. "No, 1 million gold gear coins. Based on a 100 conversion, it's equivalent to 100 million silver gear coins," said the fat boss. "Then how much can you give?" asked Qin Zong. "Me? I can probably give at most 100,000, and it's silver gear coins," said the fat boss as he scratched his head. "That's a little big indeed." Qin Zong laughed. "How about this, boss, if you're willing to accept it, I can sell it to you. We've been short on money recently." The fat boss was immediately stupefied, and simply couldn't believe his ears. "What? You're willing to sell it to me? But you also know that 100,000 silver gear coins is definitely a small amount. Apart from money, I think you should also give us some subsidies, what do you say?" Qin Zong narrowed his eyes and smiled. The fat boss thought for a bit, then said, "How about this, if you're willing to sell it to me, I'll give you the tickets to tonight's underground boxing competition. I've received reliable information tonight that the favorite to win the championship, Jian Shaochang, is up against that master Niu Baogua. Tonight, I've received reliable news that one of the favorites for the championship, Jian Shaochang, is going up against Master Niu Baogua. Grandmaster Niu Baogua will win. If you win, according to the odds, you can get 1,000,000 silver gear coins in one go. Absolute victory. Qin Zong smiled. The match hasn't started yet. I don't believe in rumors. At this time, the fat boss gritted his teeth and decided to use a method that looked like a gamble, but was actually the most profitable for him. How about this? I'll give you 50 lottery chances for free. As you can see, although my shop isn't big, I do have top-notch goods. Whether or not you can get it depends on your luck. As he spoke, he pressed the button on the counter and sealed the door of the shop on the spot. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning, the hidden mechanism display cabinet inside the shop was revealed in front of everyone. This was his collection of mechanical arms, and there were more than 100 of them. These are my trump cards. I don't usually show them to the public. He pointed at his hidden display case and said, the second to last floor above us is section SS. Most of them were just recently eliminated from the core zone, but they sell for an average of 100,000 silver gear coins here. The next box is section S, which sells for an average of 50,000 silver gear coins. Section A sells for an average of 10,000 silver gear coins. The rest are B goods worth a few thousand silver coins and C goods worth only a few hundred silver coins. After saying that, the fat boss turned around and carefully picked up the bronze arm from the cabinet and put it on top of the display cabinet. All these years, I've always wondered if there were any SSR-grade goods, Zhou Zi and Zhou Zi. So, boss, what do you mean? A lottery. As long as you're willing to sell me this bronze arm, I'll let you draw all the mechanical arms in my shop. Including the one you sold me. The fat boss said excitedly, there are a lot of small iron balls in that cradle over there. Black is C, gray is B, silver is A, gold is S, purple and gold is SS, and the ones that represent SSR are jade balls. I see. Qin Zong nodded thoughtfully. How about it? Do you dare make a bet with me? If you're fated with this bronze arm, you might be able to draw it back. The fat boss continued to tease Qin Zong into participating in this bet. He looked full of confidence, almost certain that Qin Zong wouldn't be able to draw it if he got carried away. The shop's lottery routine had always been the same, the prizes were very tempting, but the chances were minuscule. There were 100,000 small balls in his cradle. According to the ratio, most of the balls were gray and black, while there were only 100 silver balls representing A and gold balls representing S, and 10 purple and gold balls representing SS. Of course, the most outrageous was the SSR jade ball that the boss had just decided on a whim. There was only 1 in 100,000 balls. As he spoke, he deliberately opened the cradle and showed the key jade ball to Qin Zong, Zhou Zi, and Qin Zong, then added 2 more into the cradle. I'll add 2 more for you. Good enough, right? Excuse me, boss, is there no other alternative? Do I really want to draw a lottery? Qin Zong asked repeatedly to confirm. No. I'm poor, so I can only bet on luck. The fat boss laughed. If you don't sell it, I'll go to another shop and they'll probably let you draw a lottery. Oh, okay. I'll draw. Qin Zong laughed. The fat boss was delighted. You mean? Qin Zong nodded. Yes, I'll sell this bronze arm to you. But if I draw something good, don't go back on your word, boss. The fat boss smiled slyly. Don't worry, we're all serious businessmen. As soon as he said that, the two of them sneered in their hearts at the same time. Qin Zong, ha, this fool. The fat boss, ha, this fool. With a probability of 3 in 100,000, I'll let you draw 50 times. Can you kill me instantly? Chapter 1646. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 of them had already left Boss Pigeon's shop, fully loaded. The fat boss stood at the door and stared with a dumbfounded expression, feeling like a soulless walking corpse. His shop was completely empty. Qin Zong had taken away everything of value, including the bronze arm which Qin Zong had just sold to Boss Pigeon. The estimated value of this loss had already exceeded 1,000,000 silver gear coins. He had lost so much that he had to go back to his grandmother's house. Zhou Zi, brother Qin Zong, you're amazing, you're actually the first to get a jade ball. Aren't you a little too lucky? Maybe it's not that I'm lucky, but maybe you're the luckier one, Zi. I picked up the bronze arm with you just now after picking up the trash, Qin Zong said very modestly. Actually, he didn't want to go overboard. But who told this boss to compete in the lottery with him in order to scam him out of the bronze arm? When he had drawn the lottery, he had watched the boss's face turn livid little by little. Out of concern for the boss's health, he had straightaway let go and let Zhou Zi and Jua help him draw a few more rounds. But unfortunately, his Providence radiation was too strong, and it directly caused Zhou Zi and Jua's luck to be extremely good. The three of them took turns and won one item after another. Nearly 99% of the gray and black balls were drawn, but they didn't win a single one out of 50 times. The mechanism of Providence radiation had started a long time ago. As the one and only koi in the cultivation world, Qin Zong's passive ability had already reached the level of precise radiation after constant cultivation. That was to say, as long as Qin Zong subconsciously listed someone as an enemy, even if he was present, the Providence radiation wouldn't reach that person. Hence, Boss Pigeon was out of luck. But this also reminded Qin Zong of something else. That was, he now indeed regarded Jua and Zhou Zi as his teammates. Strange, it's clearly the first time we've met, but why does it feel so familiar? Qin Zong murmured in his heart. He had also noticed this problem. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of hidden tacit understanding between him, Jua and Zhou Zi. This sort of tacit understanding was very wonderful, especially between him and Jua. Both of them had this feeling, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. It was clearly his first time meeting Qin Zong, but he had directly agreed to work with this stranger. This was definitely not his style. Given Jua's usual strict attitude, it wasn't his style at all. Unfortunately, this time, it was a special case. Because he felt that Qin Zong was inexplicably familiar, and there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. However, he didn't show it. He still had a cautious look on his face, but he had already let down his guard a little. Let me do some calculations. If we can win tonight's underground fight, we'll have at least 3,000,000 silver gear coins as our starting capital. If we can enter the core area and sell this bronze arm, we can directly become the landlord, Qin Zong said with a smile. Ha, so. Jua nodded indifferently. In fact, he was lucky enough to discover this problem as well. Despite Qin Zong's excuse that it was Zhou Zi's good luck, the change in his luck was obvious. Jua knew that he had never been a king of luck. Although his current career path wasn't bad, he couldn't be called a true king of luck if he was lucky once in a while. A true king of luck was the kind of person who had especially good luck no matter what they did. Last night, he had spent 648 on 3 orders, but in the end, he had only gotten 3 guarantees. How could he be called a king of luck? As for Zhou Zi, there was no need to even mention him. It was obvious that he hadn't been born with extremely good luck, otherwise his leg wouldn't have been so tragically amputated when he was young. So based on Jua's judgment, the real problem probably lay with Qin Zong. This person, his luck is really a little strangely good. Jua sighed sadly in his heart, but he didn't show it, and decided to keep observing him. Brother Zhua, I thought we were already in the same boat after what happened just now. But why are you so hostile towards me? Is it because I didn't do well? Qin Zong folded his arms and looked at Jua with a gentle smile. The average girl wouldn't be able to withstand this star face, which looked like a protagonist's smile. Jua couldn't help but be glad that he hadn't brought Kyoko Ryoko along. Maybe his wife would have been abducted. Don't think that we're already friends, it's just a purely cooperative relationship. Jua's voice was cold and his face was devoid of emotion. He looked angry, but in fact he wasn't, and his heart was even a little calm. In the end, as soon as he showed this attitude, Qin Zong suddenly laughed. I say, Brother Zhua, don't tell me you're at Sundara. Jua's eyes widened and his face was filled with horror. Nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing this, Zhou Zi couldn't help laughing. In fact, he also felt that it was a little. After all, he had lived with Zhua for a while and knew very well that he wasn't a tough person, so it was very unnatural for him to suddenly become tough. Of course, given Zhou Zi's clever little brain, how could he not have guessed that Zhua's cold attitude towards Qin Zong was actually still out of vigilance? But Zhua's current double talk reminded him of his Shifu Ryoko. He couldn't help exclaiming in his heart. TSK, as expected of a couple. After living together for a period of time, even their personalities had become the same. On the side, Zhua saw Zhou Zi snickering. Qin Zong knew that he had probably guessed right again with his nonsense. Then, he curled his lips. Let's go, I won't talk about this anymore. It'll hurt our friendship. I'll treat you to a drink. He then stretched out his hand to push Zhua and Zhou Zi's backs, leading them down a path. Zhua, do you know the way? Don't walk blindly, Qin Zong laughed. I don't know, but it's definitely this way. Zhua, this kind of self-confidence again, and now, it seemed that Zhua was starting to understand Qin Zong's self-confidence a little. It was possible that this guy also knew that he was a very lucky person. A providence cultivator. Was there such a person in the world? Zhua was dumbfounded. After pushing Zhua and Zhou Zi for a few steps, a very shabby-looking snack bar actually appeared in their line of sight, and the drinks on sale were ones the three of them had never seen before. Although the drinks were different, the types were more or less the same, and even the style of marketing activities was similar to that of the outside world. Young man, what do you want to drink? There's been a soda promotion recently. Then let's buy a bottle of soda. Qin Zong nodded, then pointed to a drink that looked very much like Fat Otaku Cola. Zhua laughed. Aren't you going to treat us? Shouldn't you be spending your own money? Qin Zong nodded. Of course, I'm a man of my word. He then unscrewed the cap of the bottle in front of the boss. The boss pushed up his glasses and squinted to see the words under the cap. One more bottle. Seeing this, the boss also laughed and took the cap. Forget it, young man, you're lucky. You don't have to pay, this bottle is for you. Qin Zong nodded in satisfaction at the expected situation. Then, he reached out and casually took 2 more bottles of soda from the shelf. The boss, you have to pay me 2 silver gear coins, young man. Qin Zong smiled, then unscrewed the caps of these 2 bottles of soda and gave them to the boss. Another 2, 1 more bottle, this. The boss had an incredulous expression on his face. The probability of this, 1 more bottle, activity was clearly only 1%. But there were actually 3 bottles in a row. Thank you, boss, I wish you a prosperous business. Qin Zong thanked the boss politely. Then, he opened the bottle cap and handed it to Zhou Zi and Zhua, fulfilling his promise. Zhua took a sip and savored it carefully. The soda in the slums of the technology city was actually orange-flavored, and he could actually taste like his childhood. He looked at Qin Zong and asked with a smile, do you often skip orders like this? Qin Zong shrugged. Brother Zhua, you call this skipping orders? I was just a little lucky, that's all. He knew that what he was doing was actually a little unkind, so he gave the boss his blessings before he left. Based on his blessings, the boss of this snack shop should be able to continue breaking records in the next few years. Zhua, I can see your ability, you were lucky. But why didn't you unscrew the cap after paying? It's very inconvenient to drink without a cap like this. Qin Zong, on one hand, didn't you say that you wouldn't spend our money and wanted me to treat myself? Of course this is the best way. On the other hand, directly opening the cap is actually for the boss's own good. Jua and Zhou. Qin Zong sighed. Have you ever experienced what it's like to empty out a supermarket with the money for a bottle of soda? Jua and Zhou, are we going to the boxing arena next? Qin Zong nodded and smiled brightly. Of course. This is a chance to turn over the money we have in our hands. Jua secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. He thought to himself, who's with you, just as the three of them were about to head to the underground boxing arena, not far away from them. Three cloaked figures appeared, and one of them was trembling slightly under the cloak. I knew it. I knew it. Jayamiya Ryoko hadn't expected it. She had just found Jua when she saw the scene of the three people buying drinks from afar. But she wasn't in a hurry to reunite with them. Instead, she chose to follow them secretly. In the end, she saw the scene just now. The pretty boy who had just appeared next to Jua had a dubious tone as he kept saying, our money, and, the money we have, which made Jayamiya Ryoko feel unwell. Ryoko, calm down, it might not be what you think. Lotus Sun dropped her forehead into her hand. We agreed that we would only bring Z over. It's one thing for him to bring Z, but why is there another man next to him? It was clear that Jayamiya Ryoko was very angry now. It's just a man, you don't understand, Rongrong. We girls are actually under a lot of pressure. It's not enough to just guard against women. You have to raise your awareness. Tell me, do you think a normal man would unscrew a bottle cap for another man? Jua isn't a girl, why would he do it for him? Doesn't he have his own hands? Jayamiya Ryoko said angrily, and that person just now seemed to have said our money. What our money? This Jua actually dated a third man outside and didn't tell me, he's even hiding a little stash of money. If he was short of money, he could have asked me. He could have asked for as much as he wanted. It's not like I don't have. Ryoko, calm down first. Lotus Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that Jayamiya Ryoko was really too sensitive. Senior Golden Lamp, please help persuade him. Under the cloak, the monk's voice was cold. Monks have long since seen through the world of mortals. Please forgive this poor monk for not being able to understand the love and affection of the secular world. Hearing this, Lotus Sun could only sigh and look at Jayamiya Ryoko to comfort her. Ryoko, don't worry. It's all on your own now. We don't know the specifics yet. I think they were talking about some boxing match just now. Do you want to go and have a look? That's fine. Jayamiya Ryoko nodded. But the currency in this world is a little different from ours. It doesn't seem like we can do without money. We can't enter that kind of place without money, right? Let me think. Lotus Sun was also having a headache in this regard. In fact, she had been thinking about legal ways to make quick money in this world in a short period of time ever since she entered the land of nothingness and discovered that the currency wasn't usable. Just then, Monk Golden Lamp suddenly said, look, someone seems to be putting up a notice over there. Lotus Sun frowned. It looks like a wanted poster. Wanted poster? Speaking of which, if it's a wanted poster, there should be a bounty, right? Jayamiya Ryoko's eyes lit up. With a wave of excitement, the three of them gathered in front of the wanted poster and began to look at it carefully. According to the wanted poster by the police in the technology city, it was a pair of middle-aged men swindling people. They had swindled a shop owner out of 2,000 silver gear coins. But at present, there were only sketches provided according to the victim's description. Since the sketches couldn't be identified through the database, it was suspected that they were unregistered residents or had disguised their faces. Anyone who could provide specific information or clues would be rewarded with 20,000 silver gear coins. P.S. Please help me boost my sales at the end of the year. As Jayamiya Ryoko looked at it, she suddenly felt that the two sketches looked a little familiar. Rongrong, don't you think these two people look a little familiar? Lotus Sun was instantly clear-headed by these words, as if enlightened with wisdom. She was horrified. Wasn't it just a little familiar? This was Li Xian and Zhang Ziki stealing. Chapter 1647. Although Kamiya Ryoko really didn't want to admit it, she indeed felt a little irrational at that moment. When she thought about Audjua, she felt like she couldn't think straight anymore. When they arrived at the nearest police station, the three of them stopped in front of it. By establishing a group chat window, Lotus-san and Kamiya Ryoko realized the telepathic communication between the two girls, ensuring that unrelated people wouldn't hear them. Lotus-san, Yoshiko, do you really want to go in and report Senior Li Xian and Senior Zhang Zipi? Ryoko sighed. Actually don't want to, especially Senior Li Xian, who is the benefactor of our Ryoko family. However, these are extraordinary times. But have you ever thought about it? Even if we sell out the two seniors, we'll still have to pay the price. With just a few tens of thousands of yuan, I'm afraid the people in this underground boxing arena wouldn't even take a look at it. Under her cloak, Lotus-san had a helpless expression on her face. Although she didn't understand the rules of the underground boxing arena, however, based on her basic understanding of the circle of the rich and powerful, such a place was opened underground because it could not be brought to the public, and the entry requirements were also very harsh. Otherwise, if he was especially rich, he might be able to make an exception. Just like that, the scene fell into silence again. About a few minutes later, outside the police station, there were two AI service robot police officers carrying a man covered in blood out of an off-road police car on a stretcher. The man's body was covered in blood-stained bandages. His entire right arm had been severed, revealing the wiring inside. It was still emitting a sizzling sound and sparks. Inside the police station, a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a coffee-colored windbreaker walked out with a cigar in his mouth. His lower body was very strange. He didn't have legs, but two treads. He looked very much like a human-shaped tank. As soon as the man appeared, the intelligent mechanical police officers in the car saluted him. Chief Daikas. The middle-aged man waved his hand and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. He looked at the man under his eyes with a slightly resentful expression. How many rounds did he last? He made it to the 4th round. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, the robot police replied. Their voices had a kind of electronic sound effect. When they spoke, it felt very comical. However, in the face of a reply, their reaction speed was very shocking. It was as if they were real people. What a pity. Just one more round and he would be able to enter. I'm afraid I can't stay in this restaurant anymore. It's boring. Amidst the middle-aged man's sigh, the buzzing sound of the person on the stretcher disappeared just like that. He had completely breathed his last. On the side, Lotus-san and Kamiya Ryoko felt uncomfortable watching this. Mysterious C's healing sword chi was only effective on humans, and there was nothing Lotus-san could do about a cyborg whose body was half mechanical. Why don't you send him to the clinic first? The doctors at the scene have determined that there is no hope. There is a shortage of spare parts in the clinic. If we can't cure him, it will take up resources. How pitiful. The middle-aged man said, forget it, just send him home. Also, you must pay the compensation as stated in the contract. Understood, Director. Then, two robot police officers carried a stretcher and put the poor dead man back into the car. Watching the police car leave, the middle-aged man called Daikas suddenly turned to look at Lotus-san and the other two. Are you three also here to be my fighters? What, are you so scared that you can't speak after seeing a dead person? He laughed. I'm joking, I don't expect two girls to fight for me. The little brother next to them looks soft and tender, and doesn't look like he's a martial artist. The three of you are brother and sister. Kamiya Ryoko awkwardly denied it. Not siblings. I'm just curious about the boxing field. I remember that Mr. Jian Xiaoqiang and Mr. Niu Baoguo are going to fight tonight, right? The semifinals are over, right? She tried to worm information out of him. Unexpectedly, not only did this man called Daikas not find it troublesome, he even thought it was interesting for a girl to ask about such things. He took a puff on his cigar and said slowly, you women don't understand the fun of the rich and powerful. Before the finals, there is a dojo challenge. You have to challenge a total of 5 rounds to qualify, and then you have to fight last year's Dojo Challenge champion to warm up before the match. Even the finals aren't as good as this. Because it's a fight for life. Between the two of them, one has to die. That person just now signed a life and death contract with me and was sent over. That person is doing it for his family. In a slum like this, of course it's for his livelihood. If he hadn't stood up to fight for me, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to pay off the debt his family owes. Daikas smiled mockingly. But it's a pity that he's already at the 4th round. If he could break through the 5th round and challenge last year's Dojo Challenge champion, he would get a full 6 million. He would be able to jump out of this slum in one fell swoop. 6 million. Silver gear coins? No. Gold gear coins. Daika's voice grew louder. And it's not just 6 million. There's also a pass to the core area. I made an agreement with that man just now that I'll provide the registration funds and the entire fee. He'll fight for me, and if he wins, he'll get 3 million. The remaining 3 million and the pass are mine. I see. Lotus-san and Kyuya Ryoko nodded. They had a general idea of the situation. And judging from the director's description, this person wasn't too bad, at least he kept his promise with the man on the stretcher. So, the finals are just for the fun of betting among the poor. The Dojo Challenge champion is the most exciting. But last year's Dojo Challenge champion was very strong. I think he's going to make a meteoric rise this year. Because so far, no one has passed the 5th round. If no one is his opponent, he'll have to enter the core area lying down. Then who was last year's Dojo Challenge champion? Lotus-san asked. In fact, last year's Dojo Challenge champion was Mr. Nyo Baogua's master, Hu Baogua. Last year, not only did he single-handedly challenge the 5 pass lords arranged by the bigwigs, he also used only one move to kill the Dojo Challenge champion the year before last. One move? Yes. One move. It's said that when he used it, he was so fast that people couldn't see his movements. By the time they reacted, he'd already hit the ground. Those who saw it at the scene only saw a flash of lightning and thunder. And this move was also called by him Lightning 5 consecutive whips. The more Dekars spoke, the more agitated he became. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he had to rub his twitching temples. I'm sorry, I was too agitated and talked too much to you girls. Mr. Director, can I give it a try? Just then, Ryoko Kyuko took the initiative to step forward. Lotus-san and the monk's eyelids twitched when they heard her request to fight. They hadn't expected Ryoko to do this at all. Of course, Ryoko wasn't just throwing her life away. She had just estimated the realm of that seriously injured man, and felt that he was at the peak late golden core stage. With the ghost talisman on her, she might be qualified to challenge him on her own. At the very least, there was Monk Golden Lamp to vouch for her, so it was very safe. You? Daikas laughed. A woman shouldn't join in the fun, although you don't look like one. Blue veins popped out on Ryoko's forehead. What do you mean? Daikas chuckled. Of course I'm talking about your chest. It's so flat that you're hardly a woman. Don't even think about the dojo challenge. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of negative energy in front of him. Ryoko mobilized the power of the ghost talisman and smashed her fist heavily into the ground. In her mind, she imagined Audra cheating on her, and with a man at that. Under this double fury, coupled with Daika's precise lightning strike, Ryoko Kyuko instantly erupted with unparalleled destructive power. Boom! Ryoko smashed a 10-meter deep hole in the ground in front of the police HQ, and the nearby ground cracked as if there was an earthquake. Hiss! Lotus-sun and Monk Golden Lamp sucked in breaths of cold air at this scene. A woman caught in the act of adultery was indeed terrifying, and the most horrified was naturally this director Daikas. After being stunned for less than 3 seconds, his face instantly lit up with delight. Ha 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 ha! Who would have thought? Even I, Daikas, would make a mistake one day. Miss, I'm sorry for my slip of the tongue just now. I shouldn't have looked down on you and even attacked you. Although, Dekars didn't think that Ryoko Kamiya would grow breasts. As a man who had seen countless people, he could basically understand this with just one look. Ryoko patted the dust off her hands and looked at Daika's. There's no need for a life and death contract. In any case, I'll definitely win. But after I win, the pass is yours. As for the prize, I want 5 million gold. Interesting. Daika's laughed. Then, it's a deal. But there's still less than 5 hours before the finals, which means you'll have to challenge 5 levels in a row. But there's a problem. 5 levels plus the dojo challenge king from last year, right? I, Ryoko, am not afraid at all. So your name is Ryoko? Daika's rolled his eyes. How about this, I'll get you a fake identity, and you'll be called Ryoko. No one uses their real names in that underground boxing ring. They all use fake identities to go in. Then can you get one for my junior sister and junior brother? Ryoko Kyoko took the opportunity to ask. Oh, so the two behind you are your junior sister and junior brother? Got it. Since it's Ryoko, oh no, it's Miss Ryoko's request, I'll definitely do it. Wait for me here, I'll get someone to make new IDs right away. Daika's was so excited that he rushed into the station. Seeing him leave, Ryoko hurriedly looked back at Golden Lamp, and then at the monk with a pleading look. Senior, can you help me, enlighten me? Golden Lamp, he knew it would be like this. Chapter 1648. The entrance to the underground boxing arena in the slums of the Technology City was in a deep alley on 5th Ring Road. Deep in the alley was a sealed manhole cover, which was open to reveal the entrance. At the mouth of the alley were gun-wielding mechanical cultivators. These brawny men blocked the entrance tightly like a human wall, adding a layer of mystery to this restricted area. When Odd Jua and the other two arrived, they were swept back and forth by these people's gazes. Odd Jua shrank his neck back and had a faint sense of foreboding. It wasn't that he was afraid of these brawny men with big heads and thick necks, but inexplicably felt a strange coldness behind his back. And this wasn't the first time he had felt this coldness. It had actually been there ever since he had bought the drinks. Until now, when it had become more and more intense, after showing the ticket to the underground, one of the brawny men spoke in a gruff and low voice devoid of any emotion. One ticket can only allow 2 people in at most. Qin Zong was quick-witted. He took out a stack of silver gear coins and smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Big brother, how about you make an exception? I was also introduced here by a friend. I came here to play, I don't know if I can still buy more. The brawny man took the stack of notes and sniffed at the fragrance. This stack of silver gear coins amounted to 100,000, which was actually not a small sum for Odd Jua and the others, who were in desperate need of funds. But Qin Zong was unusually generous, and the corners of his lips curled up. If this big brother doesn't mind, you can share the money with our brothers. The brawny man with the paralyzed face smiled coldly. At least you know your manners. Then come in. He then gave the other brawny men a look, and they straightaway made way. So it's the boss here. Seeing this scene, Qin Zong knew what was going on. Just as the 3 of them entered the alley through the human wall, Odd Jua noticed that the brawny man who had taken the money had followed them in and seemed to want to say something. Sir, is this your first time here? Yes, it's my first time, Qin Zong answered truthfully. The odds for the final are 1-6, and most people think that Jian Shaochang will win. But there's no point in betting on the final. The brawny man said in a gruff voice, if this is your first time here, I suggest that you play a dojo challenge. The odds were 1-60. However, the entrance fee for this place is 1 million silver cog coins. Mister, you seem to be quite generous. Do you want to play something exciting? Qin Zong's eyes lit up. He had just tipped the burly man 100,000 yuan, so he had exactly 1 million yuan left. Following behind Qin Zong, Odd Jua and Zhou Zi sighed in their hearts. All these coincidences were so natural. It was as if everything had been planned. Zhuo now realized that perhaps Qin Zong hadn't just been lucky. He might be the embodiment of luck, 60 times the odds. If he could win, they would get 60 million silver gear coins. Qin Zong's face was full of interest. Then how do we get in? The muscular man revealed an ugly smile and walked straight to the innermost part. He opened a manhole cover hidden under a blanket. Gentlemen, please enter from here. This is the VIP passage. I see. Thank you. Qin Zong nodded. You're welcome, sir. I wish you good fortune. After saying that, the brawny man watched Qin Zong and the other two go in with a smile on his face. Then, he covered the manhole cover and carpet again. The underground boxing arena in the VIP area was a little different from what Zhuo and Qin Zong had imagined. These people were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Just from their appearance, they already looked like poor people. Zhuo frowned slightly. These people are from the core area, right? He could roughly guess a few things from the scene in front of him. The odds in the finals were only 1/6, so in the end, it was just the poor people's plate, while this dojo challenge was the real deal, where the rich and powerful looked for excitement. At the betting counter, a lot of people were discussing the dojo challenge. What a pity for that man earlier. He was already in the 4th round, but in the end he was violently beaten up and carried away. Only I, great general Hu, can win this dojo challenge. In my opinion, Treasure Hu will definitely win this year's dojo challenge. A middle-aged man with a big belly laughed fiercely. Holding a goblet, he spoke carelessly as he swirled the red wine in his hand. Don't celebrate too early, Boss Zhu. The competition isn't over yet. A rich lady with bright red lipstick smiled coldly. There's only 4 hours and 52 minutes until the betting deadline. I don't think it's possible to pass 5 rounds in a row and challenge last year's champion in less than 5 hours. The middle-aged man called Boss Zhu didn't hide his rampant laughter at all. He was a supporter of last year's dojo challenge champion, Hu Baoguo. At that time last year, Hu Baoguo had caught the eye of an ascender who wanted to leave the slums, who had provided him with the starting funds to participate in the dojo challenge. This so-called ascender was the kind of person who had already accumulated a certain amount of money and wanted to escape poverty and move to the core area. 2 years before the dojo challenge, an ascender had come to participate on his own, but in the end, he had died a violent death. Later, an ascender had come up with an idea. That was to sign a hired thug to participate in the competition on his behalf. After the competition, the ascender would get his pass, while the hired thug would get his own money. With this money, the hired thug would have the capital to continue participating in the competition the next year. Furthermore, he would become the 2nd year's arena master. The dojo challenge had been held for dozens of years now, and this was already an unwritten rule. Director Daikaze, who was working with Ryoko Kamiya, was in fact one of the ascenders. These people were chatting animatedly. Zhuo, Qin Zong, and Zhou Zi also understood what was going on. That was to say, the new challenger had to first defeat the 5 past guardians chosen by the bigwigs. Only after succeeding in all the challenges would he be able to challenge last year's dojo challenge king. The most important thing was that these past guardians all had spare tires. Once they were injured, they would be replaced by a new person. That was to say, no matter who challenged them, the first 5 past guardians would always be at full HP and MP. It doesn't sound very easy. Do we really have to bet? Zhuo frowned. Even he felt that the rules were too harsh. There were already less than 5 hours left. They had to challenge 6 people in a row. Unless there was a huge disparity in strength, this was almost an impossible task. This director Zhu was also well aware of this, and he laughed again. As far as I know, the only one in the 10th ring who still has spare cash to sponsor the competition is that director Daikaze. However, it was a pity that the hired thug he had just sent was already dead. There are less than 5 hours left. It's not like he'll force a duck onto a perch and randomly grab someone on the road, right? As soon as the man finished speaking, a roar of laughter rang out in the hall. Qin Zong ignored him and walked over to the betting counter. He took out the storage bag and asked, "Hello, can I still bet now?" "Of course, sir." The betting waitress gave a professional smile. "Please help me bet that this Mr. Hu Baoguo loses." "Lose?" "Sir. I've checked, there are 1 million silver gear coins in your storage bag." After the waitress said this, a lot of eyes turned to Qin Zong. Qin Zong smiled slightly. "Please put me in." Chapter 1649. The voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of the people around. There were less than 5 hours left, and the fighters that Director Dekars had signed were all dead. There was almost no one in the entire 10th ring who had extra money to fund the next match. Zhu Yuanrun was not wrong at all. He was a big shot in the circle of influential people in the core area, and he actually had some shares in this underground boxing ring. What Zhu Yuanrun did not expect was that someone would bet on Hu Baoguo to lose after hearing his analysis. In his opinion, this was something that was impossible to accomplish. "Young man, you're quite impressive. You bet 1 million silver gear coins right off the bat. This is probably your life savings, right?" Zhu Yuanrun chuckled. Although he was a little annoyed that someone did not listen to his analysis at this point in time and forcefully went against his words. But in fact, Qin Zong betting on Hu Baoguo to lose was actually beneficial to him. Because he was the one who bet on winning. What he was profiting from was this steady business. After he was sure that no one could challenge Hu Baoguo, he immediately increased the bet and raised the odds to the current one. 72-60. Because of the huge capital, even if it was won 72 times, it was still enough for him to make a lot of money. Qin Zong's bet only gave him 1 million more. He could not help but laugh in his heart. He would not be able to find a charity business like this that gave away money for free. In the end, just as he finished his sentence, the deafening sound of a gong rang out in the VIP area. Someone is beating the war drum. On the screen in the hall, a skinny cloaked man wearing a black cloak and a mask, accompanied by 2 other cloaked men wearing the same mask, and Dekars, who was grinning from ear to ear, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Dekars? Why is it him again? Didn't his contracted fighters just..." Zhu Yuanrun and the surrounding dignitaries opened their mouths wide at the same time, looking at this scene in disbelief. That Hu Baoguo was rumored to have unfathomable strength. Although the participant list said that he was at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, in reality, this realm was just fishing. This would cause people to mistakenly think that Hu Baoguo was very weak, and thus lower the overall standard of those hired thugs. After all, the signing fee of each thug was based on their realm. For example, the Golden Core stage fighter that Dekars hired previously was hired by him based on the data on the paper. This was Zhu Yuanruan's secret operation. However, he didn't expect that this person couldn't even pass the 4th round. In reality, Hu Baoguo was a soul formation stage cultivator. For a soul formation cultivator to appear in the slums, it was already shocking enough. On the other hand, the person that Dekars found was ridiculously skinny. In Zhu Yuanruan's opinion, it would be difficult for him to even pass the first 3 tests. This Dekars. Is there something wrong with his brain? Why did he find such a short and ugly man to compete with? When Zhu Yuanrun said this, Daikas entered the venue with Lotus Sun, Jiu Gong, and Jin Dang. As soon as she entered the venue, Ryoko Kwamiya heard Zhu Yuanruan's arrogant voice. Under the cloak, her body trembled slightly. This damn fatty actually said that she was, "Calm down, Ryoko, you mustn't be exposed." Also, this Dekars did indeed label you as a boy on his fake identity. It's all for cover. Cover. On the side, Lotus Sun used team voice to remind her. Ryoko Kwamiya took a deep breath. In her heart, she repeatedly said things like, "The world is so beautiful, but I'm so irritable." The golden lamp's light blessing spell on them perfectly concealed their auras to ensure that Odd Zhua and the others wouldn't discover them. Sharing the king's eye was indeed very powerful, but it was worlds apart from the real king's eye. As long as the light blessing spell was strong enough, it would be impossible for the king's eye's power to penetrate it. So now, they were being blessed with version 4.0 of the golden lamp's light blessing spell. Although the effect was temporary, it greatly increased Ryoko Komiya's fighting strength. When they entered the hall, Lotus Sun had been worried that Odd Jewel would see through them. After a brief exchange of glances, in the end, Odd Jewel's gaze quickly shifted away from them. She couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. That was close. Look, Rongrong, that person keeps looking at Odd Jewel. He hasn't even stopped once. Ryoko Komiya was utterly exasperated with jealousy. In addition, Zhu Yuanrun had just said that she was a boy, and her anger had already reached a critical point. Dekars was fully in charge of the admission procedures for the dojo challenge, and it took less than 10 minutes for Ryoko Komiya to get her pass. When her name appeared on the big screen, everyone's eyes twitched. Komiya? Who was this person? A golden core hatchet man, and one that no one had ever heard of. Dekars, you're pushing this kid into a fire pit. Look at how skinny he is, he hasn't even fully developed yet, right? Why did you call a girl who hasn't even fully grown yet? Zhu Yuanrun had a teasing expression on his face. Pushing into a fire pit? What do you know? Dekars completely ignored what Zhu Yuanrun said. He had already seen how powerful Ryoko Komiya was, and naturally didn't care what others thought. Although Ryoko Komiya's asking price was indeed higher than that of the dead male hatchet man, his ultimate goal was the pass. As long as he could get the pass, everything would be worth it. Komiya. Are you ready? Let's show them real magic. Dekars folded his arms and smiled confidently. Magic? In a sense, this could indeed be called magic. After the procedures were completed, there were only about 4 hours left. Zhu Yuanrun and his men were mocking them on the surface, but they were actually stalling for time. To challenge 6 people in a row in these 4 hours was simply unrealistic in the eyes of others. But when Ryoko Komiya walked into the boxing ring under everyone's gazes, Zhu Yuanrun still sensed that something was wrong. What's wrong, Boss Zhu? A manservant under Zhu Yuanrun came over and asked. When he saw Zhu Yuanrun raise his hand, he knew that the boss had something for him to arrange. Go and call the 5 strongest people that we specially prepared for the dojo challenge. They will be the 5 past masters of this dojo challenge. Is this necessary? I feel that something is wrong. Zhu Yuanrun frowned. He knew Dekars the best. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do useless things. Of course, the main reason was that the confidence on his face scared Zhu Yuanrun. About a few minutes later, the first past master that Ryoko Komiya would face had come to her. This was a man with 8 mechanical legs. People gave him the nickname, Yogurt. The first person is Crab. Zhu Yuanrun sneered. This person looks extremely clumsy, but he is extremely fast. Extremely agile. And most importantly, these 2 iron gloves of his, they are the work of that lord. That lord? Yes. Although that lord is just a disciple, even if he is a disciple. These iron gloves are enough to be fatal. This is a fist that surpasses the fear of death. I see. It sounds very strong. And look at President Zhu, the man in front of him isn't wearing any gloves. Ha, bare-handed. He's courting death. A fist that surpasses the fear of death. Komiya Ryoko was startled, and immediately clenched her fists tightly. Indeed, she wasn't wearing anything, only 2 delicate, meaty fists. But after version 4.0 of the illumination spell, she had nothing to fear at the moment. That damn fat pig, he actually said that this lady is a man. Recalling what Zhu Yuanrun had just said, Ryoko's anger rose to the max again. Facing the crab in front of her, who was much smaller in size, she went up and waved her arms. Boom! No one saw Ryoko's punch clearly, they only saw a dazzling golden light flash before their eyes. There was a loud explosion between the 2 of them. After the light dissipated, Ryoko withdrew the smoking fist that had pierced through the crab's lower body. Next, she roared in a disguised voice. Although this voice had already been modified, Audrey still couldn't help trembling, and for some reason, from the beginning, he had felt that this person's fist seemed a little familiar. Chapter 1650. The Immortal Shows the Way. Punching the Way. At the scene, a commentator cried out in surprise. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at this scene. It was really hard to believe that a fledgling newcomer could actually use the Immortal Guides the Way to defeat the burly crab. Fortunately, the crab's lower body was almost entirely made up of spare parts. Although it was connected to the pain nerves, it was not fatal. This punch seemed terrifying, but in fact, the crab only needed to replace the spare parts. But it had to be said that Jimiya Ryoko's punch had indeed hit the crab's vital point, trapping his body in place and making him unable to move. After finishing off the crab, Jimiya Ryoko felt the fire in her heart surging, and she could no longer hold it in. This was just an ordinary punch. In the end, the commentator explained it as, Immortal Shows the Way. Jimiya Ryoko didn't think she was an old boxing master. Her usual fighting style was to summon ghosts to assist in battle. She was a cultivator of the summoning style. So in fact, she didn't know any boxing techniques at all. She just used the crab in front of her as a sandbag to vent. What is this gong's background? Zhu Yuanruan's expression changed. Among the 5 gatekeepers he had sent, this crab's comprehensive strength was already above average, but it was so easily taken care of. This was something he had never expected. His face was filled with nervousness. After thinking for a while, he whispered to the manservant beside him, "Go, tell the black dragon to bring that thing. If necessary, use it. You must ensure that this unknown person is intercepted within the 5th gate, or fight with him to buy time." Yes. The manservant nodded and immediately retreated to do as he was told. In the spectator stands, Zhou Zi noticed this scene from afar. He was observant, especially the manservant standing beside Zhu Yuanrun, who he had been secretly observing for a long time. Brother Zhua, and Brother Zong. That person is going back and forth, as if he's up to something. Qin Zong smiled. Zi has good eyesight. Maybe he's preparing some kind of prop. Prop. Zhou Zi was not stupid, and he quickly thought of stimulants or something like that. If this was a regular boxing match, this would definitely be against the rules. But Zhou Zi forgot a very important premise, and that was that this was an underground boxing arena. It was a shady place. It was a place where the rich and powerful in the core area used their money to expose their evil interests. And in such a place, all kinds of shady things would exist. You don't have to worry too much, Ze. This Mr. Gong will definitely win. No matter what tactics they plan to use, Qin Zong crossed his arms and said calmly. From the moment he chose to bet on Hu Baogua and ended up losing. Luck was no longer in the hands of Zhu Yuanrun and Hu Baogua, the 2 big traders. Zhu Yuanrun wanted to earn a stable income, but the appearance of this palace had disrupted his overall plan. He didn't need to think too much to know that his opponent would definitely resort to some dirty tricks in the next few stages. However, no matter how dirty it was useless as long as he was here. It was only a matter of time before he used his luck to clear his name. He might even shoot himself in the foot. It could be said that everything up until now was within Qin Zong's expectations. However, it wasn't that there weren't any surprises. This was because Qin Zong noticed a strange phenomenon from the moment the man called Gong defeated the crab. Zhua, who had been standing next to him the whole time, was still trembling slightly. And for some reason, his complexion didn't look good. Brother Zhua, are you feeling unwell? Qin Zong asked. This voice made Zhua, who was deep in thought, shudder again. No. I'm not feeling unwell. Zhua replied. His gaze was fixed on that incomparably fair little fist in the boxing ring. Although he still couldn't quite believe it, the more he looked at this hand, the more familiar it seemed. After all, he had only used Ryoko's hand a while ago with her permission. That kind of comfortable rhythm was something that couldn't be compared to when he was doing it himself. Jua remembered. That had been his first time, and also Ryoko's first time. He had never been touched by anyone other than Ryoko, and it was also Ryoko's first time coming into contact with this kind of thing. Thus, this incident had left a deep impression on both of them. At least for Jua. He had carved every inch of Ryoko's hand into his bones. But if this person really was Ryoko, why had she appeared here to fight in an underground boxing ring? And who were the other two people in the cloak? All kinds of questions lingered in Jua's mind. Given the current situation and his understanding of Ryoko, the first person he thought of who would be able to fool around with her recently and get close to her, was Lotus Sunday. As for the remaining person, he was definitely an almighty figure. Gu Xuanji, Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch, Monk Golden Lamp, all of them were possible. At that moment, Jua's mind was spinning rapidly. If his inference was completely correct, then what was the reason for Ryoko and the others to hide their true identities? Since they had already come to this illusory world of nothingness, why didn't they acknowledge him? Jua couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it, and had a very bad feeling about it. When he raised his head again, he found that Ryoko had already dealt with the 4 gatekeepers. There were still a full 3 hours before the dojo challenge ended. The last person she had to face was Zhu Yuanruan's strongest trump card, Black Dragon. Compared with the others, Black Dragon didn't have much of a showy appearance, and looked just like a normal human being. His muscles were well developed, but not exaggerated, and were just the right type. At the same time, his skin was dark, and even the whites of his eyes were completely black. Apart from the fact that his eyes are a little strange, this person looks very normal, Zhou Zi said at that moment. Hee, little brother, is this your first time watching Black Dragon's match? A spectator sitting next to Zhou Zi in the stands laughed at that moment. He was covered in jewels from head to toe, and his 10 fingers were covered in glittering jewel rings. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a dignitary living in the core area. But from his tone, this person was very friendly, and without waiting for Zhou Zi to ask any questions, he continued, a true mechanized cultivator is in the bones, not the skin. Take the crab from before, for example, he looks mighty and domineering, but in fact he's very easy to target. But Black Dragon is different, he's that lord's masterpiece. That lord? The founder of this technology city? Jua asked. Qin Zong was also very curious about this. Because Zhu Yuanrun had also mentioned this word before. Although the stands were very far away, given Qin Zong and Jua's hearing, it wasn't hard for them to hear. No, just his disciple. But everyone is used to calling his disciple, that lord, the rich man said with a smile. You're actually willing to talk to us? Hee, why wouldn't I be? We're on the same side. The rich man shook the bet in his hand. I'm also betting on Hu Baoguo to lose. Of course, apart from that, we might have some other connection. Chua frowned slightly. Sir, what do you mean? Leaning on his cane, the rich man smiled leisurely. You should be Mr. Grenade Throwing's people, right? Chapter 1651. Chua carefully sized up this wealthy businessman, who looked very much like the Lord of the Rings and whose 10 fingers glowed with the light of jewels, and couldn't help feeling a little suspicious. There seemed to be something wrong with this person. If he was a native of this technology city, it stood to reason that he shouldn't know about the outside world. The more he looked at this wealthy businessman's eyes, the more he felt that they were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Very quickly, he suddenly thought of something. You're Mr. Ming. Hearing Jua's words, the rich businessman's face visibly twitched, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. AI, how boring, I thought I'd be able to fool him for a little longer. Jua was utterly stupefied. He hadn't expected this wealthy businessman to actually be Wang Ming, but how on earth had Wang Ming done it? Possession? That was clearly impossible, he wasn't a cultivator. Could it be that he had used mental energy to control him? But in this world of nothingness, which was completely isolated from the outside world, no matter how smart Wang Ming was, he shouldn't be able to do this, right? I originally wanted to have a chat with this Shouchong, but unfortunately, someone beat me to it, Wang Ming said as he borrowed the wealthy businessman's body. The greatest advantage of controlling one's psyche was that this kind of disguise was almost impossible to see through. If it wasn't for the fact that Odd Zhua had done some research on the two Wang brothers and had strong observational skills to be able to distinguish the details, he probably wouldn't have been able to connect the dots so easily to Wang Ming. Naturally, luck had played a role in the speculation he had blurted out just now. Odd Zhua never thought that he would be right. Mr. Ming said that Shouchong has been captured and brought here. Odd Zhua suddenly felt that the clues in this matter had become tangled and complicated. His original goal had been to follow behind Zhang Ziden and Li Xian, and his main goal had been to help Zhou Zi. That's right. Shouchong has a miniature transmitter that I developed and designed. When my brain waves tracked the device, it felt like I had accidentally fallen into a space-time crack. Left with no choice, I could only separate a portion of my brain waves to get out of danger, Wang Ming said. Wang Ming said, after a short period of time, the separated brain waves were transmitted to this space. The gecko cutting off its tail? Odd Zhua asked. Yes, you can understand it that way. Using the rich merchant's body, Wang Ming nodded and said, but this is an alternate space, after all. My separated brain waves were very weak, and I couldn't stay in this state for a long time. There was no other way, so I could only find someone who looked very rich to control. I see. Odd Zhua asked with concern, then isn't Mr. Ming in danger? I don't think it's dangerous. In any case, this separated brain wave is similar to your cloning technique. It won't affect my body. It's just that the duration is very limited. Wang Ming laughed. Fortunately, the fatty I possessed isn't just rich. His IQ was not bad either. In this way, I could generate new brainwaves through his brain, supplementing the brainwaves that I had separated from my main body. But with this method, the production is less than the consumption, so I won't be able to sustain it for too long. As Zhou Zi listened to Wang Ming's explanation, his mouth dropped open. Although he had no idea what Wang Ming was saying. Even so, he could understand the basic situation. The rich merchant sitting in front of them wasn't communicating with his main body, but had been possessed by some senior whom Odd Zhua knew. On the other side, Qin Zong was also very curious about Wang Ming's appearance. Could an ordinary human who wasn't a cultivator actually develop the human brain to such an extreme level? He marveled in his heart. Once again, he felt that the world was full of extraordinary things. Although he had accidentally fallen into a strange place from his original world, it now looked like he hadn't gained anything at all. Odd Zhua was full of admiration. As expected of Mr. Ming, only Mr. Ming can do something like this. Wang Ming waved his hand, and at some point, he had started to learn to be modest. No need for formalities. I already know who this brother Z is. Why don't you introduce me to this brother with a very pale face? His name is Qin Zong, and he seems to be a strange man who fell from another space. After saying that, Odd Zhua whispered in Wang Ming's ear, Mr. Ming, there's something strange about this person. I feel that his luck is exceptionally good, Qin Zong. Wang Ming mulled over the name carefully. Then, as if he had suddenly been struck by something, he shuddered violently. Qin Zong. Wasn't this the name of a character in the game Cultivation Emulator which Bai Qiao had designed back then? He had also participated in the development of this game back then, so it was still fresh in his memory. Of course, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter was that he remembered testing it back then. He had once created a character called Qin Zong in this game, and his luck value had been set to max. Interesting. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing in his heart. He looked at Qin Zong without batting an eyelid. He didn't dare confirm that Qin Zong and the character Wang Ling had created in the game were really related. But if this was true, it could also be considered strange news. Thus, Wang Ming took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello, Mr. Paperman, Qin Zong. Realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Wang Ming stuck out his tongue in an attempt to brush it off. Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something else just now. Hello, Mr. Qin Zong, nice to meet you. Qin Zong gave him his usual gentle smile. Since you're Brother Zhuo's friend, you're also my friend. Since Brother Zhuo calls you Mr. Ming, I'll do the same. Of course, Wang Ming said with a smile. But then again, is Mr. Ming aware of your current identity? Of course, said Wang Ming. Because of the brainwave intervention, he had already completely figured out this rich businessman's background. This person is called Jia Bugui. He runs an auction house in the core area, so he's a reputable person. Sitting upright in a chair in the stands, Wang Ming smiled. Also, thanks to him, I know a lot of other information about the core area. For example, the lord that these bigwigs often talk about. After the boxing match, I can explain everything to you one by one. For now, let's watch the match first. Classmate Ryoko is working very hard. She's going to face this black dragon next. Classmate Ryoko. Hearing this, Zhou Zi was startled at first, and then looked at Wang Ming in astonishment. Mr. Ming, are you saying that the one on stage is sister-in-law? If I remember correctly, didn't you live with Odd Zhuo for a while? Your sister-in-law's chest is so flat, can't you tell? After Wang Ming said this, Zhou Zi's face instantly turned red. Odd Zhuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected of Mr. Ming, don't worry, I definitely didn't judge her based on her chest. Wang Ming smiled. The truth was that everyone's brainwave signal had its own unique frequency. In order to make it easier to identify acquaintances, Wang Ming had the habit of memorizing the brainwave frequency of anyone he had met before. Only Wang Ming could do this kind of unique identification. Thus, he didn't need to use any fancy tricks at all, he had already recognized Kumiya Ryoko the moment she appeared as the cloaked person. So, Mr. Ming also knows about the other two people? Odd Zhuo asked curiously. Of course, Wang Ming said bluntly. One of them is Rongrong. I can't detect the frequency of the other's brainwaves, but I can tell that it's Senior Golden Lamp. Monks have a pure heart and few desires to begin with. It's really them, Odd Zhuo couldn't say it out loud. But why did Ryoko and the others come here? I clearly told her. Girls in love are paranoid. I guess she's worried that when you're not in her line of sight, you'll flirt with someone else. Wang Ming laughed. Odd Zhuo, really, most likely. Wang Ming spread his hands. At that moment, this was a deep conversation between two men in love among the battle sect members present. Wang Ming said, you don't know, Factor got so jealous a while ago that she deleted all the videos on my internet drive. They were my treasured collection for many years. That's indeed a little unfortunate. Odd Zhuo smiled bitterly. It's not unfortunate. Because they were originally used to confuse her. Don't tell me that people nowadays actually store their treasured videos on an internet cloud drive? Wouldn't it be a huge loss if they deleted them? Wang Ming shrugged and said, like me, it's directly uploaded to my brain, so I can stream it anytime, anywhere. Chapter 1652. The dojo challenge had only been going on for less than 30 minutes, but Kiyomiya Ryoko had already defeated 4 people in a row and reached the final checkpoint at the speed of light. He had become a huge dark horse that stood out on the scene. The dignitaries and those who had placed bets all roared, and there was a great hubbub of voices. Mia. Too strong. Forever a god. For a moment, the situation was changing rapidly. At first, no one had paid any attention to this thin and weak, little man, but they had never expected him to be so, concentrated is the essence. He didn't make a move, but when he did, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. I'm sorry, but I won't give you another chance. At that moment, the black dragon standing in front of Kiyomiya Ryoko looked like the most ordinary person, but he gave off a vague sense of danger. He stared at Kiyomiya Ryoko, and his black eyes, without the scara, looked especially terrifying. Jiumiya Ryoko stared at the black dragon with rapt attention. She saw him clench the ground with his toes, and the ground in the arena was scraped by his toes, which then cracked in all directions. Bang! The black dragon's feet shot out of the ground like a vigorous beast. His speed was unbelievably fast, completely incomparable to that of the 4 people he had encountered before. On the edge of the arena, Lotus Sun was sweating inwardly. She was sure that this black dragon had more than just the combat strength of the Golden Core stage. Although the average combat strength of the Guardians of the 5 checkpoints was officially at the Golden Core stage, Lotus Sun could sense this speed and explosive power just by relying on the passive ability of her and Mysterious Seize One with the sword. This black dragon was definitely not at the Golden Core stage, he had to be at the Tao God level at the very least. She had once cut down a Tao God with the multicore Mysterious Sea Sword, so she knew how strong they were. Although the black dragon had hidden himself very well, she could still sense him. He quickly approached Jiumiya Ryoko and stretched out his hand. His claw was like a flying dragon emerging from the clouds, making a deafening explosion. The gap in their realms was so great that Jiumiya Ryoko was so frightened that she couldn't react at all. The next second, a flying dragon searching the clouds' claw, formed a fierce astral wind and attacked Jiumiya Ryoko's chest. Even though Jiumiya Ryoko knew that she didn't have a chest for others to attack, as a girl, she still subconsciously wanted to block it. Too slow. The black dragon's lips curled into a cold smile. He could almost foresee the scene of the astral wind tearing the clothes on Ryoko's chest. This was his bad taste when he fought with others. Almost everyone who knew about the black dragon knew that anyone who fought with the black dragon would have their clothes torn to shreds, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. However, just as the black dragon's fingernails were less than half an inch away from Ryoko's chest, an incredible scene appeared. The black dragon iron claw that was about to hit Ryoko was blocked by a refracted golden light. No matter how hard the black dragon tried, it was unable to shake the golden light. This is impossible. The black dragon roared in a low voice, unable to believe what had just happened. He was supremely confident in his strength. After all, he was created by that Lord. All the spare parts in his body were different from the ones sold in this technology city. It was not a part forged from the materials of this world. The black dragon clearly remembered how that Lord had smelted those broken, ancient terracotta warriors into spare parts before finally inserting them into his body. A new divine weapon, Wang Ming said at that moment, crossing his arms. This was something he had learned from Jia Bugue's memories. The name Black Dragon was just a name the man in front of him used to disguise his true identity in this underground boxing arena. As for its real name, it was called the Neo-Ancient Divine Weapon. New Ancient Divine Weapon? Chua immediately reacted. So the Lord who created the Black Dragon also had something to do with the creation of ancient divine weapons? He probably inherited it from the heartless ancestor, Wang Ming said. This Black Dragon is the original new ancient divine weapon. In other words, this Black Dragon is stronger than the ancient divine weapons Shifu encountered earlier, Chua murmured in his heart with a frown. He was secretly amazed at the changes in the old and new ancient divine weapons. The original ancient divine weapons were huge. Although they looked very lethal, they were in the end too bloated and looked a little cumbersome when they moved. But this new ancient divine weapon had actually been completely forged into the appearance of a human cultivator. At this thought, Chua suddenly realized something, as if with a start. Have you finally realized it? At that moment, Wang Ming's expression also started to turn a little grave as he held Boss Jia's body. Could it be that the purpose of the heartless ancestor establishing this technology city is, Chua thought of an incredibly dark perspective. You're thinking the same thing I am. At that moment, Wang Ming said telepathically through brainwaves, this person wants to cultivate this technology city into an incubator base for the new ancient divine weapons. But this kind of thing, is it possible? From the memories I've obtained, I can see that he's already dead. Currently, the nobles in the core area had their bodies mechanized to over 89%. Only 20% were human tissue. And these things are essentially foreshadowing. Wang Ming said. In fact, he hadn't been interested in this technology city at first, but after learning about the rich businessman's memories, he suddenly wanted to know more about it. It was purely an inspiration for the following research work on the new talisman. Mr. Ming said that he's laying the groundwork. These people are so mechanized. As long as we go deeper, we'll be able to kill them. As long as they go deeper, maybe they just need a chip to replace their brains. Then, everyone will become a human weapon. This kind of thing, who would voluntarily apply to replace their brains with a chip? Although it sounds a little inconceivable. Based on how things are going, that's definitely what's going to happen next. Wang Ming said, human civilization has always been a process of continuous progress. Once the rumor that a chip brain is more reliable than a human brain gets out, in order to enjoy a longer and more luxurious life, there would definitely be people who would choose to do this. Then, a new wave of copycats will begin. Then, if there's negative news, there can't be negative news. At that moment, Wang Ming said solemnly, these people have already been implanted with chips, and a simple program can seal their mouths. At that time, black and white will be reversed, and everyone in this technology city, from the nobles to the poor, will be completely fooled. When Wang Ming said this, Audiobook's mind was already filled with images. If the heartless patriarch's purpose in establishing this technology city was really to serve as an incubation base for the new ancient divine weapons, then once his plan succeeded, everyone in this technology city, he would have a new ancient divine weapon army with a population of hundreds of millions. While Audiobook was in a momentary daze, a shocking scene once again took place in the boxing ring in front of him. After several fruitless attacks, Black Dragon's accumulated anger unexpectedly reached its peak. Black runes rose from under his feet and wound around his legs like snakes before finally crawling all over his body. Ryoko Kamiya frowned deeply. This was a suffocating evil power. For some reason, Ryoko Kamiya felt a little disgusted. Lotus Sun sensed that something wasn't right with Ryoko. Senior Golden Lamp, there seems to be something wrong with Ryoko. The monk's face was calm. This is the power of Hell of Azura, which has a certain restraining effect on the Buddha light of the light blessing spell. Although it won't be enough to undo version 4.0 of the light blessing spell, it will definitely make Miss Ryoko feel uncomfortable. After all, she isn't a Buddhist, but the power of Hell of Azura specializes in attacking the heart. Lotus Sun became anxious. Then what should we do? Don't worry, Miss Rome. After thinking for a moment, the monk said, then, it's this poor monk's turn. Senior, you mean, in version 4.0 of the light blessing spell, the person who is blessed has the right to use it to fulfill a wish. In a critical moment, this poor monk will be able to take over the body for the time being by silently reciting the Great Mercy spell. Is this okay? It's not a problem. In this poor monk's 1,000 lives, I've experienced being a woman. Chapter 1653. After seeing the appearance of the Black Dragon, Jin Dang's eyesight had already seen that the Black Dragon was similar to the ancient divine weapon he had seen before. The incantation of Power of Azura Hell was a kind of demonic magic originating from ancient times. Since the internal parts of the Black Dragon were made of the same material as the ancient divine weapon of ancient times, it was reasonable for the creator to input the magic that would only appear in the ancient times into his memory. It was just that it was a bit beyond Jin Dang's expectation that the first move was a demonic magic. Fortunately, the 4.0 version of the blessing spell on Jimiya Ryoko was powerful enough to not cause any damage to her body. When the black incantation spread up from the soles of her feet like tentacles, Jimiya Ryoko instinctively felt a sense of being bound. This incantation seemed to be able to affect her spiritual will, making her vision gradually blurred. When the monk used the 4.0 blessing spell on her before, he had hinted at the vow repayment mechanism of this spell. Now, Jimiya Ryoko felt that the time was ripe. Vow. I want to vow. At the moment when her consciousness gradually became blurred, Jimiya Ryoko almost said in her heart with a weak spiritual will. As soon as her voice died away, a burst of golden light burst out from under her cloak. The voice of Jin Dang sounded in her mind, Miss Ryoko, don't worry, this poor monk is coming. This poor monk will temporarily control your body with Buddha's will. Okay. After a short communication, the golden light emitted from Jamiya Ryoko became more dazzling. Under the blessing of the Buddha's will, there seemed to be boundless Buddha's light flowing out of every pore of Jamiya Ryoko. At the same time, there were Sanskrit characters invisible to ordinary practitioners lingering around Jamiya Ryoko. Almost in this short moment, Jamiya Ryoko's cells were strengthened under the blessing of the Buddha's will. Her spirit was also quickly melted away some illusory and evil forces under the supplement of the Buddha's will. Evil spirit, retreat, Jin Deng burst out the Buddha's voice through Jamiya Ryoko's mouth. Buzz. Bam. A ripple spread out with Jamiya Ryoko as the center. This was the Buddha's purification light. And it was controlled by the Buddha's most sage, himself. In the face of this supreme purifying power, the Asura hell power that the Black Dragon had unleashed was completely powerless, and it was quickly defeated in an unstoppable manner. In essence, the incantation of the power of hell was something with the power of withering, weakening, and aging. It affected the mind and then affected the cells of the human body. This curse of the devil path was comprehended by the creator of the spell from the daily lives of human cultivators. Nobody would have thought that somebody would seek inspiration from sloth and procrastination, a common disease among modern cultivators. Fortunately, Jin Deng acted in time. With the blessing of the great Buddha Dharma, a powerful purifying Buddha light swept across the entire arena. At this moment, the boiling underground arena fell into a momentary silence. After all, it was a powerful force unleashed by the most holy Buddhist teachings. For a moment, everyone in the boxing field began to reflect on the mistakes they had made recently. For a moment, Jin Deng heard many people's voices of repentance fall into his mind. Ah, I shouldn't have bought spinach. I shouldn't have spent so much money. I clearly knew that spinach wasn't good behavior. If I had known that it would be shopping day, I wouldn't have bought so many things. There's almost no space in the express delivery boxes at home. Ah, if I hadn't returned my wife's express delivery, maybe she wouldn't have divorced me. Of course, Jin Deng also heard some familiar voices among these repentant voices. A while ago, I shouldn't have said that the factor was small. Now that I see Yoshiko, I really feel like I was so wrong. Come to think of it, why is Audra so into this? Since there's nothing, why don't I just find a man? I should be a little bolder. As expected, Yoshiko's hand alone isn't enough to satisfy me. Men should be more honest sometimes. I never thought that Yoshiko would actually be jealous of me. What a cute girl. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Gushuanji that guy and obediently provided him with a few crispy noodle snack packets before carrying out this mission. Otherwise, I wouldn't have jumped the world line and come to this strange place. Ah, even if I admire Brother Joie, I shouldn't have secretly taken pictures of him every day. If this goes on, I feel like I'm going to turn into a peeping Tom. Sister-in-law is so jealous. What if she misunderstands that there's something going on between me and Brother Joie? Ah, these tight clothes are really tight around my chest area. Although classmate Wang Ling's milk candy is very sweet, as expected, I still can't eat too much at once. He gave me a sack of it on the old street last time, so much. Sure enough, he still likes me, right? But this milk candy seems a little too potent. Fortunately, it's only temporary, and Yoshiko won't be able to tell if I'm wearing tights. Otherwise, she'll be so envious. I'm actually called a man in a place like this. That's too disrespectful. Sure enough, in that place, you have to have something to be feminine. Come to think of it, Rongrong seems to have gotten bigger there, and it's very obvious that she's wearing tights. Oh my god. It was to the point where he had to wear tight clothes. If I had known earlier, I would have been more honest and asked her what method she used before coming here. Even though it sounded like some strange reflections, Yizichin felt that it was a strange reflection. It could only be said that Monk Golden Lamp was indeed Monk Golden Lamp. Even though he had heard these things, he gave his friends enough face and didn't make any comments in his heart. Monks were pure and had few desires, and didn't understand the love between men and women in the secular world, Thus, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. Everyone at the scene was in a state of reflection, and the overall atmosphere was silent, which startled Black Dragon. "You, who on earth are you?" Black Dragon felt his mind in a mess. His demonic spell had been defeated, and he had suffered a backlash from the purifying Buddhist light of the golden lamp. His steps started to become unsteady, and he began to stagger in the arena as if he were drunk. There was a thud. The loud sound of someone kneeling on the ground broke the silence. At that moment, Black Dragon was kneeling on the arena, and his eyes, which had been completely invaded by darkness, gradually revealed the whites of his eyes. Black Dragon's hands trembled as he stared at his palms. His pupils contracted slightly, and a question actually started to echo in his heart. Who on earth am I? Yes. At that moment, a question of reflection also appeared in Black Dragon's mind. He was reflecting on who he was, why did he appear in this world, and where did he come from? And when these questions unfolded in his mind, Black Dragon searched through his seemingly rich memory, only to find that apart from killing, there was nothing else in his mind. All that was left was a blank space. Chapter 1654. When his mind went blank, Black Dragon felt as if a small dot of light had suddenly appeared in the dark world of his heart. It was as if something was awakening in his body, giving him a splitting headache. Almost instantly, the pain of his brain being torn apart made him roll on the ground in pain, roaring incessantly. In the spectator stands, Black Dragon's abnormal reaction caused the silent crowd to boil up again. No one knew what had happened. All they saw was Black Dragon holding his head, his limbs twitching like maggots. Black Dragon, stand up right now. Do you know how much I spent? Zhu Yuanrun roared. He stood below the ring and cursed. But at this moment, Black Dragon could not hear anything else. He only had one question, and that was to know who he was, why did he appear in this world? All this time, he had only carried out the tasks given to him by a few fixed commanders. He had never thought of getting to the bottom of his identity. But at this moment, Black Dragon felt as if he had, faintly changed. In the face of Zhu Yuanruan's curses, his pupils, which had already turned into a normal human, shrank. Then, he suppressed the pain in his head and jumped off the ring. This action stunned Zhu Yuanrun and the audience. Black Dragon, you lunatic. Jumping off the ring is forfeiting. Zhu Yuanrun was furious. He never thought that Black Dragon would disobey his orders. This was a hired thug that he had hired from that lord. All the parts on his body were of the highest quality. Just the monthly fee alone was an astronomical figure. But Black Dragon was very useful. As long as Black Dragon went on stage, it meant that he would win. Zhu Yuanrun had spent a lot of money, but Black Dragon had made even more money by accurately punching for him in the ring. At this moment, Black Dragon expressionlessly walked in front of Zhu Yuanrun, grabbed him by the neck and raised him up high. Speak, who am I? Zhu Yuanrun could not breathe from Black Dragon's grip. His limbs twitched as he struggled. He used all the spiritual energy in his body to try to pry Black Dragon's fingers off. But Black Dragon was too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. Save me. Zhu Yuanrun felt like he was going to die. He had never imagined that he had spent so much money to buy the Black Dragon from that lord. How could he betray him? He had just renewed the fee 2 days ago. He clearly had the highest authority to command the Black Dragon. Buzz! Just as the Black Dragon was about to die, the golden lamp in the body of Kamiya Yoshiko suddenly made a move. A Buddha's light shot out from her fingertips and hit the back of the Black Dragon's hand precisely. The Black Dragon was in pain and had no choice but to separate Zhu Yuanrun. Then, with a stomp of his feet, he transformed into a cannonball and directly blasted a big hole in the ceiling, escaping from the underground arena. This palace was too much of a hindrance. And his commander wasn't just Zhu Yuanrun, there had to be someone who knew the answer he was looking for. Cough cough. Damn Black Dragon. Zhu Yuanrun was like a stray dog, lying on the ground and coughing for a long time before he stood up shakily. Director Zhu, are you all right? That black dragon has gone berserk, what should we do now? Just as the black dragon was about to go berserk, a few servants who were hiding far away came over one after another. What should we do? Put him on the wanted list. How dare he do this to me? Zhu Yuanrun rubbed his red neck, his expression was still painful. Yes, Director Zhu, the servant replied, there is one more thing, Director Zhu, what is it? That. Mr. Hu Baoguo ran away. Ran away. Zhu Yuanrun was so angry that he almost fainted, he almost lost his balance. This result could be said to be unexpected, but it was reasonable. The black dragon's battle strength was originally above Hu Baoguo's. Even the black dragon was suppressed, and with Hu Baoguo's self-preservation personality, he definitely wouldn't continue the next match. But this way, the outcome of this dojo challenge was already very clear, he had lost completely. In the end, the black dragon and Hu Baoguo, one betrayed and the other ran away. He didn't even have the chance to secretly manipulate them. Why was he so unlucky this year? Yet, so many unexpected things had happened, this year's batch was really the worst he had ever led. Director Zhu. Then now, announce it. Zhu Yuanrun sat paralyzed on the ground. Although he liked to manipulate the situation behind the scenes and control the situation of the match, at this critical juncture, all paths of escape had been blocked. The only way out for him was to admit defeat. Although he would lose a lot of money, it wasn't like he couldn't afford to lose at all. Of course. There was actually another very important reason why Zhu Yuanrun was so willing to admit defeat. Just now, Kamiya Yoshiko had saved his life from the black dragon. After the announcement, bring this Mr. Gong and Dekas to my office. Also, call his companions to my office. Zhu Yuanrun rubbed his throbbing temples, waved his sleeves, and left the scene surrounded by everyone. When the bunny girl whom Zhu Yuanrun had arranged came on stage to announce the winner was Gong, Audiobook still couldn't believe it. He admitted defeat just like that. All paths have been blocked, what else can he do but admit defeat? Qin Zong laughed. I thought he wouldn't admit defeat, but I didn't expect him to be such a straightforward person. Maybe it has something to do with Miss Yoshiko saving him just now. But what on earth is going on with that black dragon? I feel like he's a different person. Audiobook frowned. It seems that the stability of this new divine weapon is still a little lacking. That purifying Buddhist light just now made him start to think about life. Wang Ming said, as highly intelligent life forms created by humans, it's theoretically possible for these intelligent life forms to develop self-awareness. Things were becoming more and more interesting to Wang Ming. According to the odds, we can get a total of 60 million yuan, Qin Zong said at that moment. I think we should go look for Senior Immortal and the others to make up first. Senior Immortal is also here. Yes, and with Loopy Toad, said Wang Ming. With his brain waves, Wang Ming was already incomparably familiar with sensing the waveforms of these acquaintances. Of course, the most important thing was that apart from grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Loopy Toad, he seemed to have also sensed a very subtle fluctuation that seemed to be neither right nor wrong. It was a little like Wang Ling, but it wasn't quite like it. This guy. After another simple probe, Wang Ming couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. If his guess was right, Wang Ling probably hadn't personally come to this world, instead, he was peeping, as expected of Ling Ling. Even though they were separated by a space, they could still peek. Were peeping techniques now so powerful that they could project things across screens? On the other side, Kyuya Ryoko and the others were led to Zhu Yuanruin's office. After a short wait, several of Zhu Yuanruin's manservants arrived at the scene with 10 suitcases full of cash. Because this was a shady business, most transactions in the underground boxing arena were in cash. Daikas counted the numbers lightly, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he nodded with satisfaction. I never thought that President Zhu would actually keep his promise. This is a little unexpected, I thought this old guy would play Tai Chi with me. Daikas, you've gone too far. speaking ill of people behind their backs. Am I, Zhu Yuanrun, such a shameless person? At that moment, Zhu Yuanrun walked in through the door, looking like an old capitalist in a suit and leather shoes. As soon as he entered, he bowed to Lotus Sun, Kuya Ryoko and Jean Deng. Thank you, Mr. Gong, thank you all. If it hadn't been for you just now, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of the Black Dragon. Daikas smiled. President Zhu, apart from the bonus, it seems you're missing something. I know what you're talking about. I prepared it a long time ago. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanrun took out 4 rainbow crystal cards from his bosom. These are your passes. How come there are 4? Daikas stared at them with wide eyes. 4 passes. One of them was worth 20 million gold gear coins. This was wealth that people in the slums couldn't accumulate in their entire lives. One of them is for you. The other 3 are for Mr. Gong and his friends, Zhu Yuanrun said generously. He had acquaintances in the core area, so while these 4 passes had cost him some money, they weren't actually as expensive as their market value suggested. There are conditions, right? Kuya Ryoko asked in a changed voice. Mr. Gong is smart. Zhu Yuanrun said solemnly, actually, it's not too much. I hope that Mr. Gong can help me stop the Black Dragon. This guy has gone crazy, and I'm guessing that his next move will be to find other commanders. They have a deep cooperative relationship with my boxing arena. If I let them die just like that, the consequences will be very troublesome. Chapter 1655. Stop Black Dragon. This mission sounded reasonable, but from what Dekars knew of Zhu Yuanrun, he always felt that this old guy wouldn't be so kind for no reason. After receiving the pass, Zhu Yuanrun didn't force them to stay, and didn't even sign any specific contract with Lotus Sun, Jimiya Ryoko, and Jean Deng. A purely verbal agreement made people feel even more mysterious and uneasy. Because he had obtained the long-awaited Core Zone Pass, Dekars quickly completed the handover of the position of director. The next director was appointed by him. Meanwhile, he packed all kinds of belongings that he had prepared beforehand into a fully packed package, which he placed in a luxuriously decorated carriage. He couldn't wait to go to the Core Zone, that heavenly world that could be clearly divided from the slums. From the moment he got the pass, Dekars couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, he stood in front of the carriage and had a final conversation with Lotus Sun and the others. I still maintain my original opinion. This Zhu Yuanrun isn't a simple character. He wants you to deal with the commander, there must be some other reason behind it. Don't believe the nonsense that he's doing this to repay you. Dekars frowned. This person is just a businessman who won't get up early without profit. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Dekars. We'll be careful. Under the cloak, Lotus Sun thanked him with a smile. She and Jimiya Ryoko naturally also thought of this. As the successors of the Sun and Jimiya families, even though they were very young, they had personally experienced a lot of wars in the business circle since they were young. It was full of murderous intent and undercurrents, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a horrible death. In fact, when Zhu Yuanrun gave them the pass, Lotus Sun and Jimiya Ryoko had a tacit understanding that this boss Zhu might be up to something else. More words, I will not say more. Thank you, everyone, for your help. You've allowed me to achieve what I've always dreamed of. Dekars gave a hearty smile and handed each of them a golden name card he had printed. Ha ha ha. This is my address in the Core Zone. You're welcome to come and play with me whenever you're there. Then, he stepped onto the luxurious carriage heading to the core area. Accompanied by the long neigh of the white spiritual horse with mechanical limbs, this carriage driven by the black deacon under Dekars sped towards the place of his dreams. Lotus Sun gazed at the departing carriage, vaguely sensing that many things had happened. Her willowy brows were tightly furrowed and a strong sense of unease welled up in her heart. She wasn't like Wang Ling or Golden Lamp, who had that kind of realm and powerful ability to predict the future. However, because of Mysterious C's passive ability of becoming one with the sword, her sixth sense as a girl was magnified limitlessly. This directly gave her an ability similar to Wang Ling's eyelid warning back then. This could be considered a danger warning, but it wasn't as accurate as Wang Ling's. It's all fate. Looking at Decus, who was leaving, Golden Lamp Monk sighed at this moment. He seemed to have predicted something. Did Senior divine something? Lotus Sun asked. He's about to experience his predestined calamity. Even if this poor monk saves him now, he won't be able to change anything. What's meant to happen will happen sooner or later, so it's better to face it earlier, Golden Lamp Monk said. Unless one could reach Wang Ling's level. Otherwise, no one could have the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. Listening to Golden Lamp, Lotus Sun thought for a moment. Then, she sighed. No matter what Senior Golden Lamp thinks, I still don't think we can just sit back and do nothing. Isn't it always a Buddhist disciple's duty to save the common people? When she said this, Lotus Sun felt like she was going a little crazy. She was actually fighting with a supreme Buddhist saint. This was simply inconceivable. Miss Rong is right. Golden Lamp was non-committal. If we don't save one person, how can we save the common people? Lotus Sun continued. Hearing this, Golden Lamp was startled at first, and then he laughed. Since Miss Rong wants to do it, this poor monk will naturally accompany you. Actually, he hadn't expected Lotus Sun to say this. As a supreme Buddhist saint, there was no way he would argue with a girl. And Lotus Sun's words actually weren't unreasonable. Moreover, it sounded like old Jiang Zia. After deciding on their next step, Lotus Sun and the other two decided to take action right away. They also boarded a luxurious carriage, but unlike Decus, they had hired the coachman and carriage. In the carriage, Lotus Sun and Kiyomiya Ryoko exchanged masks. The main reason was that the danger in the core area was unknown, and Lotus Sun felt that it would be very dangerous for Kiyomiya Ryoko to continue playing the role of Gong. But Lotus Sun was different. Because of Mysterious C and Sun Yinger, she had a little ability to protect herself. As for the reason for changing masks, Kiyomiya Ryoko was clearly very conflicted. In the carriage, she asked, but I still don't understand, why change masks? It's to confuse him. To confuse Senior Joie. Lotus Sun casually made up an excuse. When you were fighting just now, I vaguely sensed that he seemed to recognize you. Ah. Is this for real? My disguise was so good. That's right. Therefore, if he were to change the mask now, he might be able to confuse them. And their next step is definitely to go to the core area. If we go there first, it'll be good for us to control the situation. Rongrong's right. After saying that, Kiyomiya Ryoko couldn't help sighing. AI, that was really dangerous. I was almost recognized. Elsewhere, Zhu Yuanrun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, using a custom-made high-powered telescope to stare at the only luxurious-looking white jade avenue in the slums. Carriages occasionally passed by on the way. This white jade avenue was the only road connecting the core area and the slums. It was heavily guarded, and there was no other way to enter. The walls of the core area were 60 meters high, and there was a lightning boundary above them, which wrapped the core area tightly like an egg. The bricks and tiles of the walls were all custom-made, so there was no possibility of smuggling. Director Zhu, Decus, and that Mr. Gong have already set off. After waiting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a while, Zhu Yuanrun heard the news from his manservant. Very good, everything is going according to that lord's plan. Zhu Yuanrun nodded. That lord? The manservant was somewhat puzzled. What else? Do you think I'm so kind as to prepare such expensive passes for them to enter? Zhu Yuanrun said, although I bought these 4 passes through some means. But that lord has reimbursed me all of them. He also compensated me for all the losses caused by the black dragon in the casino. So that's how it is, as expected of Director Zhu. What happened next has nothing to do with me. Zhu Yuanrun spread his hands and said leisurely, next, it's time for that lord to perform. What performance? That lord is obsessed with the research of the new mechanized cultivator. The black dragon is the hand that created him. That Mr. Gong is too outstanding. He's a great seedling. If he can replace his human brain and use it for his own use, he will become a stronger fighter than the black dragon. Zhu Yuanrun grinned and said, in this way, the perfect mechanized cultivator template that lord has always wanted to design is born. After that, as long as it is put into mass production, everything can be controlled. Chapter 1656. There was a tavern called Sega in the slum's 6th Ring Road area, and the signboard hanging over its door smelled of light pollution. The purple neon sign flickered at a strange frequency. This was the most prosperous and lively place in the slum area of this technology cultivation city. The rich in the core area didn't just earn money from the rich, but also from the poor. For example, Zhu Yuanrun ran a shady business in underground boxing arenas. In addition to several large auction houses in the core area, the wealthy merchant Jia Bugui, who was currently under Wang Ming's control, also benefited behind the scenes from many taverns and bathing centers. For the poor, their lives were inseparable from baths and alcohol, which were excellent ways to relieve the fatigue of the day. Before coming here, Wang Ming had already informed Jia Bugui's manservants to completely clear out the tavern so that the members of Battle's sect who had come to this world could have a meeting place. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Loopy Toad were the first to arrive after receiving Wang Ming's brainwave message. After coming to the illusory land of nothingness, Loopy Toad took on a human form, which was a rare occurrence. In a modern cultivation city, its beautiful green hair in human form would be laughed at. But that wasn't the case in this technology city. Apart from the people in the core area, every mechanized cultivator displayed their individuality to the extreme, with all sorts of colorful hairstyles. Loopy Toad's beautiful neon green hair in human form could even be seen as a manifestation of its individuality here. When Wang Ming and the others arrived, they pushed open the door and entered to find the two of them carefully sipping a glass of iced whiskey. When they saw each other, they cupped their fists in salute. Wang Ming and Zhuo, greetings, Senior Immortal. Zhou Zi, greetings, sect leader grenade throwing. Qin Zong grinned and cupped his fists in salute. So you're the grenade throwing Senior Immortal that Brother Zhuo mentioned? You're younger than I imagined. Brother Wang Ming has already conveyed Brother Qin's matter to me via brainwave. Since we all have the same goal now, once we're done with the illusory land of nothingness, I'll definitely find a way to help Brother Qin return to his original world, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said confidently. Since True Monarch has said so, of course I believe him unconditionally. Also, I feel that we hit it off very well, as if it's not the first time we've met. Qin Zong said with a smile, it's not that urgent to go back. Because I find this place quite interesting. Hearing Qin Zong's response, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. In fact, he roughly knew Qin Zong's identity. However, because he had reached an agreement with a certain someone, he didn't say it out loud. Everyone, take a seat. We're all brothers, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal raised his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. As always, he was amiable and didn't have the slightest air of a sect leader. Seeing grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's attitude, Zhuo also vaguely sensed something. He somehow felt that grenade-throwing Senior Immortal seemed to know Qin Zong, moreover, he knew the background of this lucky person. After a few seconds of silence in the tavern, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said, actually, to tell you the truth, back when my title of Great Death-Courting Senior had just started to gain popularity, I didn't know what to do. Then, he noticed that there was such a mysterious barrier in the Arctic Circle. It was just that my realm at the time wasn't high enough to explore this place. Senior Immortal already knew. Zhuo was a little surprised by this answer. That's right. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal nodded. At that time, I sensed that this was a big game of chess. It was just that given my limited strength, I was afraid I wouldn't have been able to intervene. But the existence of this mysterious country in the Arctic Circle in a special barrier that no one in the world knows about, this has always been a hidden danger. And most importantly, the founder of this mysterious country didn't make any unnecessary movements. In order not to alert the enemy, I had to keep this matter a secret. I just didn't expect that Shochong to actually have a special connection to the founder of this mysterious country. Since Senior Immortal already knows that this place is a hidden danger, given your personality, have you already planted spies to monitor and set up a trap? Jua asked. Of course I have. Furthermore, I specifically looked for Brother Gu, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said, Brother Gu protected me, and the other party successfully infiltrated this world. The truth was that the person he had wanted to look for at first had been Wang Ling. But because Wang Ling had really troubled him too much at the time, he hadn't been able to bring himself to do it, so he had later turned to Gu Xuanji. Loopy Toad had listened to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's account of the whole story before anyone else. After he finished listening, Loopy Toad instantly felt like spitting out a mouthful of curses. He felt that Senior Immortal was sometimes too naive. What didn't his little master Ling know? I see. Hearing this, Wang Ming and Jua nodded. After all, Gu Xuanji was a keeper of order and an official sent by the heavenly Tao to correct the order of the universe. It wasn't strange for him to know about this. It was just that they were now curious about who on earth this person Gu Xuanji had vouched for was. So who is Senior Gu vouching for? Jua asked curiously. As he spoke, he noticed that Qin Zong's expression was a little unusual. For some reason, he seemed to be a little sensitive to the words Senior Gu. This person's background is a little special, and perhaps none of you have heard of him. He started his business by recycling waste. The waste recycling station that you and Brother Zhua appeared at earlier was actually something that he managed after sneaking in. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal smiled. Legend has it that this senior rose to prominence in a wasteland cultivation world to begin with. But before you came here, this senior's real body had already left. Real body? What do you mean, Senior Immortal? After all, I entrusted him to keep an eye on this place for a while. Although I promised him a lot of benefits, I still had to let him go home to take a look. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal explained, so before I came here, I personally looked for Brother Ling and entrusted Venerable Nuan with leaving behind this senior's shadow. There's actually this kind of operation. Jua sucked in a cold breath of air. But isn't the personality of a shadow the complete opposite of the original body? You can't say it's the complete opposite, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said. A shadow is just an expression of what most people feel in their hearts. If a person's inner and outer appearance are similar, the shadow they create actually won't be much different. You can just treat it as the original body. This senior's shadow is very obedient and will do its best to play the role of the original body. Saying this, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal clapped his hands. A few seconds later, a person slowly strolled out of the small tavern's back kitchen. When this person pulled open the back kitchen's curtain, everyone finally got a clear look at his face. He was a handsome and delicate youngster who actually looked about the same age as Wang Ling, but the resolute expression on his face made him look a little mature. He was wearing one-piece overalls and was carrying a long black cloth bag that looked a little like a cello case. Senior Immortal, is this senior a musician? Zhou Zi raised his hand obediently. A musician? My sister is, but I'm not. The newcomer smiled modestly. With a flip of his hand, he unloaded the big black bag from his back and put it on the ground, then patted it lightly. This is my spirit sword. Spirit sword? Saying this, the youngster unbuckled the black bag and unzipped it. If it wasn't for a spell like the X-ray spell, almost no one would have guessed that inside this bag, which looked like a large musical instrument, was actually a fiery red high-powered sniper rifle. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce my 9-yang divine sword, the youngster said with a smile. Then senior's name is? Jua asked. Me? He quickly put away his playful expression and his eyes flashed. My name is Xiang Yi. For some reason, after the newcomer gave his name, Jua, Zhou Zi, and even grenade-throwing senior immortal, these people who had originally lived in this local modern cultivation world suddenly felt as if time and space were intertwining. Chapter 1657. In the illusionary land, in the core area of the technology city, a splendid castle was shrouded in darkness. A thin and long beam of light was refracted from the top of the steeple at the top, which seemed to be connected to the sky. With the beam of light as the center, a barrier without any blind spots spread out and connected to the outer wall of the core area. Below the castle was a splendid night market. It was lively, prosperous, and never-ending, completely different from the deathly stillness that shrouded most areas in the slums. This castle was the place where the legendary Lord lived. The only road leading to the castle was the main road that had been completely cordoned off more than 10 hours ago. It was dozens of kilometers long. Mechanized cultivator guards were stationed every 10 meters, and countless tiny reconnaissance drones the size of fireflies were hovering in the sky. They were moving around the castle in a regular pattern, monitoring all unusual movements around the castle. Li Xian and Zhang Zipei had successfully sneaked into an astrology club named Starry Sky. Yes. Zhang Zipei played his old tricks again and stole 2 passes of the dignitaries in the core area so that they could come to the club without any hindrance. Li Xian, as the captain of the ancient experts, was naturally against the idea of stealing. However, after Zhang Zipei stole a few passes, he was forced to accept the arrangement. Even if he did not accept it, Zhang Zipei would find other ways to get what he wanted. For example, the 10 million gold gear coins they had right now was stolen by Zhang Zipei. His goal was clear. After sneaking into the core area, he immediately stole the signal base station installed near the core area and began to send fraudulent text messages. The specific content of the text messages was very simple. He said that he was the secret disciple of the Lord and that he had made a bet with the Lord for a certain research project. Right now, he was collecting research funds. He was confident that he could prove that his theory was completely correct. If the bet was successful, he would receive a bonus 100 times the research funds. When he got the bonus, he would give it back to all the sponsors of the research. There was no telling if it was because he was stupid and had too much money. Li Xian did not expect that someone would really keep transferring money to Zhang Zipei's new electronic wallet. In just a few hours, they had collected a total of 10 million gold gear coins and arrived at the astrology club that was famous for divination. The membership fee for this club was 100,000 gold gear coins per person per year. It was a pleasure for the rich and powerful. After joining the association, in addition to being able to conduct a fortune divination for free every day and a question divination once a week, there was also a monthly Starry Sky blessing gathering to help people absorb the universe's luck through divine power and become European. However, after some evaluation, Li Xian and Zhang Zipei both felt that they might be able to find the clues they were looking for in this place. As soon as they paid the membership fee and entered the restaurant, Li Xian and Zhang Zizai heard the discussion at the next table. Have you heard? The Black Dragon had escaped, betraying its commander. The government just issued a mobilization order, offering a bounty of 1 million gold gear coins. No wonder martial law has been imposed. It's not necessarily because of the Black Dragon. It's said that a few hours ago, someone saw a mechanical guard carrying a coffin into the castle. It's just hearsay. I don't have any proof. I still think it has something to do with the Black Dragon's escape. So, who is the current commander of the Black Dragon? That Zhu Yuanrun who runs an underground boxing ring in the slums. So it's him. I think it's better not to get involved in this matter. That Black Dragon's combat ability is extraordinary. Even if we really meet him, it's questionable whether he'll be able to live to report the news. That's true. It's said that the Black Dragon is that Lord's proud creation, the first fully mechanized defense-type cultivator. This time, the Black Dragon almost caused the commander to die in his hands. That Lord is probably going mad with anger. 3 dignitaries and a blonde lady dressed like a witch were holding hands and discussing around a table. On the table was a crystal ball. Before performing astrological divination, one's body and mind had to be completely relaxed. Therefore, gossiping and gossiping before the divination was often the most effective. As everyone knew, the best way to relieve stress was actually to gather together and talk bad about outsiders. Anyone who had experienced living in a dormitory would definitely understand this. The most outrageous example was when there were 4 people in a dormitory. Each of them would privately create 3 groups, pull in 2 roommates that they thought were passable, and then complain about the 4th annoying person together. It was so real that it was frightening. Originally, they were talking about the Black Dragon. As they chatted, the topic suddenly changed to that lord, and the witch in charge of divination immediately spoke up to control the situation. This was not something they could discuss. That lord could foresee things like a god, monitoring everything, and could hear anything. Regarding this point, the witch was very clear in her heart. She had also heard of a rumor that the light beam refracted from the castle's spire was also known as thinker. Its role was not only as a barrier. At the same time, it could also play a monitoring role. Although this was only a rumor, in order to avoid trouble, she still smiled and advised with a gentle voice, "Gentlemen, do not discuss national affairs, to avoid bringing trouble upon yourselves." The 3 dignitaries nodded. "Madam Melissa is right, it was our slip of the tongue." "No matter. Then, the astrological divination will officially begin." This person called Melissa spoke quietly, and then began the following instructions. "Everyone, please listen to my instructions. First, slowly close your eyes, completely empty your mind and imagine the starry sky in your mind. Then, in your mind, ask the questions you want to ask." Her mouth muttered. After a few seconds of silence, the crystal ball on the table began to flicker with a faint starlight. Unexpectedly, not a swindler. Li Xian observed from the side for a long time. He thought that this kind of club was a place to cheat the rich, but he did not expect that the witch in front of him actually knew a bit. However, she definitely did not know as much as him. In the ancient times, he was a famous star traveler. Manipulating the stars, controlling the stars, attracting the star calamity. All the starry sky spells could be said to be omnipotent. Of course, this also included this astrology. After approximately 3 minutes, this woman called Melissa gently released her hand. "The Star Lord has already understood your request, and has given an answer." Then, a girl wearing a maid uniform took out a quill from the side. Melissa quickly wrote down the questions and answers of the 3 people on 3 pieces of paper, and handed them to the 3 people. At this time, Li Xian saw Zhang Zizai walking forward, with a sneaky appearance. He immediately knew that this guy's itchy hands had acted up again. "Brother Zizai, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just taking a look." Zhang Zizai transmitted his voice. To be honest, if not for Li Xian pulling him back, he might have really taken the 3 pieces of paper. But now, it was fine not to take them. Because his eyes were sharp, he had already seen what was written on the paper. He transmitted his voice to Li Xian. "These 3 people, the first question is, why does everyone call that lord, and not directly call him by his real name?" Li Xian, "Why?" Zhang Zizai, "Because, that person's surname is that, and his first name is a taste. After getting used to calling him, it became that lord." Li Xian, Zhang Zizai, "The second question is, if one day the technology city is destroyed, what is the reason?" Hearing this, Li Xian could not help but draw back the corner of his mouth. "This question is interesting." Zhang Zizai, this woman called Melissa replied, "If the world is destroyed, the most likely reason is that someone tripped and caused a big explosion." Tripped and fell. Li Xian was stunned. Was a fall enough to destroy the world? Even if a cultivator at the soul formation stage occasionally fell, it would just leave a hole in the ground. To destroy the world, it would only happen if Wang Ling tripped and fell. One last question. Zhang Zizai continued. The third person asked, "Is there a second season of the Immortal King's daily life?" Li Xian smiled meaningfully. "So, is there one?" Zhang Zizai nodded. "There is. Furthermore, it is today." At this moment, when everyone is reading this chapter, Bilibili has already announced it. Chapter 1658. Melissa's calculations were more accurate than Li Xian had imagined. To be honest, he hadn't been expecting this result. She wasn't a swindler, and in Li Xian's opinion, the accuracy of the astrological divination was just barely passable. The only pity was that there was too little information. Accuracy was one thing, but as an outstanding astrological divination practitioner, the most important thing was to be able to sort out their own clues from the starry sky and accurately say as much as possible about what they saw. Although Melissa's accuracy was high, it also meant that she might have seen very little information. That was because the information obtained from the astrological divination could be true or false, and it was up to the astrological divination practitioner themselves to distinguish between right and wrong. When it came to uncertain information, astrological divination practitioners would generally choose to keep their mouths shut and only say what they were certain about. In this way, they would appear very high and mighty. For example, is there a second season of The Immortal King's Daily Life? Melissa only saw that there was. Li Xian also saw other information from the astrological divination. For example, the second season of The Immortal King's Daily Life contained the following elements: Demon World Chapter, Loopy Toad Chapter, Square Root Wang Ling Crushes Everything, Square Root Beat Demon Saint, Square Root Every Episode of Pretentious, Square Root Invisible Hair Candy, Square Root Relaxed Sand Sculpture, Square Root. Melissa hadn't been able to see any of the above information from the astrological divination. Of course, she might have seen it, but she just couldn't tell if it was right or wrong. Seeing that Li Xian and Zhang Zidan had been staring at her for a long time, Melissa immediately finished what she was doing and turned to them. "Gentlemen, would you like to try divination? You're new members, so today you can have your fortune divination and question divination at the same time." Fortune divination. Li Xian smiled gently and said, "I know that brilliant divination masters can change luck. Can you do it too?" Melissa gave a professional smile. According to the different changes in the astrological divination and the constellation each person belongs to, there will naturally be strong and weak luck. It's impossible for anyone to have excellent luck every day. "Oh. Is that so?" Zhang Zidan was skeptical. He actually didn't believe in such things. After all, in ancient times, he had always been lucky. The only time he had made a mistake was when he had fallen at Tao ancestor Wang's hands. The daily fortune prediction was a free divination for members. But in fact, this seemingly free project was actually very sophisticated. Hearing that the two new guests were interested in luck, Melissa immediately knew that she had to complete her daily KPI in advance. The so-called change of luck is only achieved through some small auxiliary tools to achieve the effect of balancing the luck star. In other words, you can absorb a bit of the luck of the people around you to dilute some of the bad luck on your body. This way, you won't seem so unlucky. Melissa spoke frankly with assurance, showing that she was very professional. However, Li Xian was an expert. This was showing off in front of an expert. The Star of Fate was indeed a special celestial body that could affect one's fate. Moreover, it was indeed possible to use some special astrological tools to guide the luck of the person who received the most blessing to the person who needed to change their luck. However, such a method could only be achieved by an extremely high level of skill. Of course, Li Xian could do it. But Melissa, he guessed that with this lady's ability, she would not be able to do such a thing. However, the situation had not been clarified, and Li Xian could not directly accuse Melissa of swindling her. Thus, he used a probing tone to ask, "Then, Lady Melissa, in this astrology club, are there any astrologers stronger than you?" "No, I'm ranked first." Melissa shook her head. Li Xian and Zhang Zipei, all right, a swindler, but regarding the astrology divination, Li Xian was actually very interested. After all, their goal was not to divine astrology, luck, or fortune. They wanted to obtain some specific information. Of course, Li Xian could also use astrology to deduce information. However, to do so through astrology, the crystal ball used for divination was of very high quality. The club's crystal ball was too inferior, and might affect the results of the divination. Of course, the most important thing was the opponent was an ancient rank expert, and would definitely be prepared in this aspect. It would not be good if they alerted the enemy. Thus, obtaining information from a human was currently the best outcome. Alright, Lady Melissa, we need to conduct the divination. At this time, Li Xian said. Welcome. Then, can the two of you please follow me? The fortune divination is in another room. Melissa bowed, then led the two of them to a room specially used for astrology divination. In order to prevent the luck from affecting the surrounding people, the divination needed to be done individually. Li Xian and Zhang Zipei communicated with their eyes, and finally, Li Xian took the lead to enter the velvet-carpeted room. After the door was closed, Melissa put on a special purple crystal gauze dress, wrapping her body tightly from head to toe. This was to prevent the astrologers in charge of the divination from affecting the fortune of the examinee. Sit, Mr. Li. Then, Melissa and Li Xian sat down, facing each other. Different from the crystal ball used for the weekly question and answer, the crystal ball used to test one's fortune was pure black, as deep as a black hole. Li Xian feigned ignorance and asked, Then, Lady Melissa, what do I need to do? Put your hand on it. And, please clear your mind, and then put your hand on it. First think of something happy, then think of something sad. Melissa said. Okay. Li Xian nodded his head. However, the matter was out of Melissa's expectations. Because after the first round of divination, she was actually unable to see the position of Li Xian's luck star. The slight astonishment in her eyes told Li Xian that Melissa's divination had a problem. What happened, Lady Melissa? Li Xian laughed. Melissa closed her eyes, not admitting defeat, and used all her strength to calculate, then in the next second, she suddenly stood up. This is impossible. Why is your luck so good? I've never seen anyone with a fate star that's full. Because, using the luck star to determine one's fortune is not accurate. Li Xian laughed calmly. With Lady Melissa's knowledge, since you know about the luck star, then you should also know about the existence of the fate constellation, right? Fate. Fate constellation, the so-called fate, only with fate can there be luck. Cultivators who have studied astrology can use it to light up their own fate constellation. From there, they can achieve the goal of eternal luck. Senior, who exactly are you? Melissa was shocked. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Li Xian touched the black crystal ball, and laughed, but the condition is that you have to give me something to exchange for it. When Melissa heard this, she immediately pondered for a long time, as if she was going through an intense struggle in her mind. After a few minutes, Li Xian asked, How is it, have you thought it through? Melissa seemed to wake up, and then nodded her head with determination. I understand, Senior. Then, she started to take off her amethyst robe in front of Li Xian, and then her clothes. At this time, Li Xian was even more frightened as he hugged her. What are you doing? Didn't Senior say that you would give me something to exchange for it? But I didn't say that you would give yourself. Chapter 1659. Li Xian rejoiced. Among the many ancient powerhouses, he was still considered a gentleman. He would not take advantage of others when they were in a precarious situation. But if it was Zhang Zipei who entered the house, it would be different. The yellow-haired female astrologer in front of him was not Li Xian's cup of tea, but Zhang Zipei was a dissolute person, and had stolen from all kinds of people, all kinds of models and skin colors. It was really hard to imagine, if it was Zhang Zipei who entered the house, this Miss Melissa would not even have her bones left. What I want is not your body, you should know from my face that I am not that kind of person. Li Xian sighed helplessly. He was handsome, elegant, and did not look like the trash of that school. In fact, it was Melissa's imagination that was overthinking things. Moreover, she felt that if something really happened between her and Li Xian, it would not be a loss. After a moment of silence and awkwardness, Melissa once again wore the clothes she took off, and then sat in front of the divination table. After calming down, she asked indifferently, Then, what does Senior want? At this time, the two of them had a tacit understanding, and acted as if nothing had happened. It's very simple, you want me to teach you my craft. Then, I will exchange some information that I am interested in. Li Xian stated his conditions. Senior's astrology is so strong, there is still information that you do not know? Melissa revealed an inconceivable expression. Astrology is not omnipotent. Even if it is me, when facing an opponent who is prepared in this aspect, there is still a chance of making a mistake. So, it is better to directly ask someone who has the information. Li Xian sighed, and said frankly. He knew that Melissa actually had her own concerns, and directly grabbed her hand and placed it on the black crystal ball in front of him, and started a very simple astrology calculation. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Miss Melissa, your mother's body does not seem to be very good. So, you are currently very short of money. This astrology club is opened by your boyfriend, but your boyfriend is a scum, flirting everywhere, so you already have no feelings for him. The reason why you are here to swindle customers to buy transportation products is mainly to treat your mother's cervical spondylosis." Hearing this, Melissa revealed an inconceivable expression. It was the first time she had met Li Xian. It was impossible for anyone to know so much about her. Moreover, Melissa had never mentioned her mother's illness to anyone. At this moment, when she heard Li Xian's words, she couldn't hide the shock on her face. "Senior, perhaps this is a little offensive to Lady Melissa, but these are the things I just saw. However, there were some other private matters involved, and if he said too much, it might cause Lady Melissa to feel pain. Let's not talk about it." Li Xian waved his hand and frowned as if he was thinking. He said indifferently, "Lady Melissa's mother's illness, I know of a set of primal chaos divine arts that can cure it." Hunyuan cultivation method? "Senior Li, can you use the Hunyuan technique to treat my mother's cervical spondylosis?" Of course. This set of cultivation technique was very simple and did not have many realm restrictions. And if he only taught the part of massage therapy? "You can learn it yourself," Li Xian said. He crossed his fingers and held his chin. "I can teach you how to treat your mother's illness, and I can also teach you some new astrological methods." As long as he grasped the core skills of astrology. In this place, you can completely get rid of your philandering boyfriend. Isn't it popular now for independent women to do it? Wang. Melissa felt her heart beating fiercely. Li Xian's words. Directly attacking the soul. She had to say it. It gave her a strong feeling of heartbeat. She had done all of this for so many years. In the end, the simplest reason. It was nothing more than to protect her family. After careful consideration, Melissa raised her head with tears in her eyes. "Then Senior, what do you want me to do?" Li Xian calmly smiled. "I want to inquire about that lord." Melissa was not stupid, she had seen Li Xian's methods. In her heart, she had already guessed Li Xian's intentions. She did not say anything. She just turned around and opened a secret compartment. She pressed a button. Instant time. In this fortune divination room, the walls on all four sides were like fish scales that flipped over in an instant, and almost every compartment was embedded with a different colored crystal. After doing all of this, Melissa nervously said, "Senior, I have arranged this room for a long time. I do not know if it will be useful, but it is the best way to stop the explorers. But time is limited. Once the energy of the crystal is used up, it will not work." Explorers? This is what that lord uses to monitor the situation. It is also known as the will guard. Melissa said. All of our wills are monitored by that lord. Senior should have seen the light beam above the castle, right? Unless there is a way to block those light beams. Just as she finished speaking, the energy of the crystal in the room had already been used up. From start to finish, it did not even last for a minute. At this time, Li Xian had completely understood. Melissa did not dare to say anything, she did not even dare to think about the matter regarding that lord. The operation of the will guard was a huge deterrent to all the mechanized cultivators in the technology city. However, people like Li Xian and Zhang Zipei who had snuck in from the outside would not be threatened like this. As long as we block the light beam above the castle, it will be fine. At that moment, Li Xian muttered in his heart, and then sent a telepathic message to Zhang Zipei outside. What do you think, Brother Zipei? It's just stealing light, I'll give it a try. Zhang Zipei received Li Xian's request. Without another word, he disappeared from the divination club like a ghost. At the same time, in Sega Tavern in the slums, a group of people from Battle's sect was also discussing a plan to get rid of this illusory land of nothingness. After hearing about the Will Guards, everyone in the Battle sect became interested. Will Guard, is it? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows in Jia Bugui's body and said, this method of monitoring will has been a rumor in the core area for a long time. That's right. I only confirmed it after lurking here for a long time. But this Will Guard has no effect on outsiders like us who have snuck in here. It's just a potential deterrent to the local residents here, Xiang Yi replied. Then, everyone turned to look at Wang Ming. Wang Ming felt a little creeped out by the stares. You don't have to look at me like that, I'm not a spy. Although I'm currently controlling Jia Bugui's body, the Will Guard can't pick up my brainwave signal, so it's still Jia Bugui's signal that the other party is picking up. Right now, Jia Bugui looks like he's sleeping, so it won't arouse any suspicion. Then, does Mr. Wang Ming have a way to connect to Jia Bugui's will? At that moment, Qin Zong and Xiang Yi asked almost in unison, their thoughts coinciding. They looked at each other and smiled. Wang Ming immediately understood what the two of them meant. If he could manipulate Jia Bugui's brainwaves and release a false signal, it would be a perfect cover for their next move. But it wasn't like there weren't technical problems with this operation. Once Wang Ming's brainwaves interfered with Jia Bugui's, the two brainwaves would merge into one, and there was a risk of exposure if they weren't careful. I'll try. At that moment, Wang Ming slowly closed his eyes. He hypnotized himself countless times in his heart as he muttered, I'm Jia Bugui. I'm Jia Bugui. I'm Jia Bugui, Brother Zhua, what is Mr. Ming doing? Zhou Zi was puzzled. Zhua replied indifferently, don't you understand? He's trying to hypnotize his own brainwaves to ensure that there are no other risks after he intervenes. The truth was that when Wang Ming began to operate, it wasn't just Zhua, even grenade-throwing senior immortal, Loopy Toad, Qin Zong and Xiang Yi were deeply shaken. This was clearly just an ordinary person, but an ordinary person with no spirit energy at all was actually able to develop his brain to this extent. It was simply terrifying. A lie repeated 1,000 times was the truth. If you wanted to deceive others, you had to first deceive yourself. Chapter 1660. As a user of brainwaves, Wang Ming naturally knew the danger of connecting two brainwaves in series. It was easy for him to hypnotize himself into Jia Bugui, but if he got too immersed in his role, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to come out in the end. However, this was only a small portion of Wang Ming's brain waves. Even if something really did happen when the time came, it would at most be this small portion of his brain waves that would be assimilated, and wouldn't have any impact on the main body in the outside world. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes with a flushed face. Jia Bugui's body had clearly become scalding hot from the operation of the brainwaves, and there was even steam rising from the top of his head. For the time being, it's a success. Wang Ming nodded. I've already homogenized his brainwaves, so I can become him at any time without being detected by the willpower guards. In terms of movement, I have already used my own brainwaves to implant suggestions. You only need to use certain gestures or sounds to control Boss Jia's body to move around. In other words, you haven't completely connected yet? Grenade-throwing senior immortal asked. That's right. Completely connecting the brain waves and twisting the two brain waves into a rope, in my opinion, this was the last step that had to be taken. Because once I'm connected, I'll become Jia Bugui, and it's hard to say whether I'll be able to back out, Wang Ming replied. At the moment, he was still in a semi-connected state. Because of the brainwaves, he had become Jia Bugui, which was probably unexpected for the heartless patriarch and his disciple. Wang Ming was also well aware of how important his role was. Therefore, he had to make use of his identity to play every move well. If he made the slightest mistake, everyone here would be at risk of being exposed. And the plan that grenade-throwing senior immortal had painstakingly entrusted to this senior Xiang Yi for so many years would completely turn into bubbles. The people sitting here weren't idiots. Naturally, they could also imagine what Wang Ming was thinking and what his concerns were. It was just as Wang Ming had said. He had to use the identity of Jia Bugui to deceive the heartless patriarch and his disciple through the willpower guard and lure them into the trap they had set. This was already the last step. At that moment, Qin Zong stared at Wang Ming's Jia Bugui face for a long time before he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Come to think of it, it wasn't just our group who infiltrated this world, right? I ran into brother Zhua and classmate Zi. Then I met you guys. Grenade-throwing senior immortal, it was because I saw Miss Rong and Miss Yoshiko's text message. At that time, Brother Dog and I happened to be investigating Shouchung's kidnapping, and in the end, we didn't expect to track them to the edge of this illusory land of nothingness." Hearing this, Zhuo was shocked. It was actually Master's wife who sent you a message. No wonder Yoshiko followed you here. It seems that when I sent her the message, she was probably right next to me. Grenade-throwing senior immortal sweated. So they came here because they saw your text message, Brother Zhua. They even called Senior Golden Lamp along in passing. I'm afraid so. Then how do you know about this nihility illusory realm? Naturally, it's Senior Li Xian and Senior Zhang Zipi. They should be the first group to explore this illusory realm. Hearing this, everyone fell into a long silence. It turned out that the real purpose behind this string of nesting dolls was actually to switch maps for the battle sect team building activity. Are these two seniors very strong? Qin Zong asked again at that moment. It wasn't just him, even Xiang Yi had a puzzled expression on his face. After all, the two of them were the only outsiders in this battle sect team building activity. These two are 10,000 level experts. Loopy Toad, with its head of lush green hair, also said with a face full of sweat. Hence, after the current analysis, the people in the tavern suddenly discovered an incomparably stiff problem. The first group to enter was Li Xian and Zhang Zipei. The second group was Zhua, Zhou Zi, and Qin Zong. The third group was Lotus Sun, Jamiya Yoshiko, and Golden Lamp. And now, the fourth group was grenade-throwing senior immortal, Loopy Toad, Xiang Yi, and Wang Ming, who had already merged with the second group. Their current plan was to use the willpower guards to deceive the heartless ancestor. To get more information out of him. But now, in a situation where their actions didn't match up, it was very likely that this would result in a false start, that was, the other two groups would be completely unaware of the heartless ancestor's plan. They would directly rush over and destroy this willpower guard. Obviously, everyone thought of this and couldn't help feeling a little worried for a moment. It looks like, we have to get to the core area as soon as possible and meet up with them. Grenade-throwing senior immortal smiled bitterly. To be honest, this trip to the illusory land of nothingness had turned out like this, he was partly to blame. He had originally wanted to hide something and investigate in secret. In the end, he hadn't expected other people to also notice this place. But to enter the core area openly, we need to prepare a pass. The market price for a pass is currently 20 million gold gear coins. Plus the 60 million silver gear coins that Brother Qin Zong earned. I'm afraid that won't be enough for us, said Zhua. That's easy. If I count my money, buying a few passes won't be a problem. It won't be a problem to buy a few. Xiang Yi stood up. After all, he had been asked very early on to be stationed in this world as the head of the waste recycling station, and had accumulated some money. How much can you buy? Based on my family assets, with my meager savings, I can probably buy 3 of them. Xiang Yi did some calculations. Xiang Yi calculated 3 passes for 60 million gold gear coins. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Is recycling so profitable these days? It's just a trivial trick, Xiang Yi said with a modest smile. But even so, apart from Wang Ming, who had Jia Bugui's identity, there were still 3 people in their group of 7 who didn't meet the requirements to enter the core area. If it's 33, it might work, said Wang Ming. Mr. Ming, you mean, it's not like there aren't any poor people in the core area. However, those who are shabby are mostly slaves and servants that these nobles bought from the slums outside. Wang Ming said, how about this, we'll continue with our current group. Have Brother Xiang Yi give the 3 passes to Odd Brother Zhuo's group. Senior Immortal, Brother Xiang Yi and Loopy Toad will have to trouble you to enter the city with me. Of course, no problem. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said, then, where should we meet up after we enter the city? Jia Bugui has an astrology club in the core area. Let's meet up there, said Wang Ming at that moment. Chapter 1661. When Wang Ming decided to use Jia Bugui's identity to lead grenade-throwing Senior Immortals group into the core area, the faces of several women instantly flashed through his mind. As one of the few bigwigs in the core area who ran all kinds of brothels and had almost monopolized the market, Jia Bugui had a natural advantage in the core area, but in fact, he also had a lot of debts. These debts weren't about money, but about love affairs. When it came to love, Wang Ming had always been single-minded. He had never truly fallen in love with anyone, but once he had given his feelings, he was determined to the end. In fact, when his brainwaves had entered Jia Bugui's body back then, Wang Ming had his own concerns. The main reason was that he had sensed Jia Bugui's romantic nature, and was worried that it would contaminate his pure self and make him unclean. But considering that Jia Bugui's identity would indeed be helpful to their mission plan, Wang Ming had finally made up his mind to take control of his body. Thus, Wang Ming had completely activated Jia Bugui's brainwaves and merged them with Wang Ming's brainwaves. This was Wang Ming's final step in facing death with equanimity. In any case, this was just a small portion of his brainwaves that had been separated from his body. If it was contaminated later, he might as well not put it back. Staying here forever was, in fact, the better choice. Everyone set out one after another. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Odd Zhuo and Wang Ming led the 2 carriages, and deliberately set off after some time. Odd Zhuo and the others went first. Just like that, they saw the only exclusive main road. The core area of the technology city. Shrouded in the glitter of jewels and treasures, the imperial city, which gave off an extravagant aura, appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the city, above the ancient castle, the light beam that connected all the guards and the powerful defensive barrier was released from the top of the tower. Like a birdcage, it formed an umbrella-shaped protection that enveloped the entire imperial city. Looks like that's the target. Odd Zhuo was a little astonished when he saw this scene from a distance. He thought that after so many days at Wang Ling's side, he had witnessed a lot of big scenes. But as he stood here now, the scene in front of him made him tremble slightly and a little out of control. Was this the power of an ancient expert? Although he had already faintly felt some pressure when he was in the slums, but when he really entered the core area of the imperial city, he felt a little pressure. This world constructed by an immemorial rank powerhouse using the strongest laws was presented before him, and his heart was shaken. For the first time, Odd Zhuo couldn't understand it. Of course, what made him feel even more unreachable right now was not the pressure from the laws of these ancient powerhouses. Instead, he was thinking about something else, that was Wang Ling. He knew very well how powerful Wang Ling was. But the truth was that Wang Ling had never shown 100% of his combat strength in front of him. The laws created by the ancient powerhouses were enough to make him feel this way. If one day he completely removed the talisman seal, what kind of scene would that be? In the team voice space, Odd Zhuo, Zhou Zi, and Qin Zong created a separate space to communicate in secret so that the hired driver in front wouldn't hear their plan. That must be the light beam that connects to the willpower guardian. Qin Zong rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. They were still very far from the ancient castle, but the light beam emitted from the top of the castle made him feel a little uncomfortable. This light makes me uncomfortable, he said. Me too. Zhou Zi shivered. He had the lowest realm among them. If it wasn't for the 5 layers of long johns he was wearing, he suspected that he would have fainted as soon as they entered the imperial city. But no matter how uncomfortable it is, we have to endure it first. For now, we still have to think of a way to lure out the heartless ancestor and his disciple. There should be a lot of ways to destroy this light beam. Saying this, he suddenly asked Qin Zong, by the way, I don't think I've seen you use any magic treasures. I have weapons too. I just don't use it often. Qin Zong said, spreading his hands. And it has been upgraded to a chaotic artifact for a while. It's just that every time I use them, the situation is already perfectly resolved, so there's no place for me to use them. Are you showing off something? No, Brother Zhua. I'm telling the truth. Qin Zong laughed. I'm just a little luckier than the others, you can't blame me. Click. At that moment, a shutter flashed as Zhua took a photo of Qin Zong. Qin Zong. Zhua, didn't you say you were luckier? I'll take a photo of you and forward it to see if this mission will go smoothly. Zhou Zi clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Brother Zhua, you think Brother Qin Zong is a koi fish? Forward it to a collection of good luck. For a moment, the atmosphere in the carriage fell silent. After a few seconds, Qin Zong suddenly felt the atmosphere drop to a visible freezing point. Holding his phone, he could see that it was trembling. Brother Zhua? Qin Zong asked tentatively. I sent it, Zhou Zi and Qin Zong. F***K. Isn't this illusory world equivalent to another world? Why is there a mobile signal? Zhua was horrified. Was this the same world, the same mobile signal? He had originally wanted to post Qin Zong's photo in his WeChat moments, and had planned to set it as a private photo that only he could see, in order to avoid Kumiya Ryoko's misunderstanding. In the end, he had just been absent-minded and had directly sent it out. Furthermore, it just so happened that he was about to die. Not only had Kumiya Ryoko seen it, she had even given him a like, so now, Zhua instantly broke out in a cold sweat. It's over, it's all over. At that moment, inside the carriage, Zhua felt the sky go black as he looked up. I'm here, sister-in-law probably won't do anything to you. Qin Zong laughed. To be honest, he also wasn't sure why such a coincidence had happened. But generally speaking, given the current situation, it looked like Zhua was the unlucky one. As long as they were together in the world, Qin Zong felt that they would definitely have extraordinary luck in other areas because of the accumulation of luck. In short, Brother Zhua, don't think too much about it, I'm wondering if I should go to the coffin shop and order a coffin for me now. Zhua dropped his forehead into his hand. In this imperial city, Jia Bugue, who is possessed by Mr. Ming, has eyes and ears everywhere. He'll definitely find a way to find the other 2 groups led by Master's wife and Senior Li Xian. That was true, but Zhua felt that he already didn't have the face to meet Kumiya Ryoko. Haha, Brother Zhua is right. But have you ever thought that we might run into sister-in-law on the road? Said Qin Zong. No way. Zhua abruptly raised his head at these words. Qin Zong had just been joking in passing. Who would have thought that as soon as he said this, outside the window of the carriage, 3 familiar cloaked figures brushed past their carriage. Zhua looked at Qin Zong in horror. Excuse me, has your mouth been blessed? Qin Zong, ? Chapter 1662. Although this group of people were wearing masks and cloaks, when the carriage passed by, Zhua could still sense a hint of coldness emanating from under the cloaks, and he could tell that one of them was Kumiya Ryoko. He broke out in a cold sweat on the spot, making Qin Zong very nervous for a moment. He had just wanted to make a joke, and hadn't really planned on running into Kumiya Ryoko on the road. In the end, he hadn't expected luck to be used in this kind of place, and he had hit the nail on the head. Of course, Qin Zong hadn't expected Zhua to be this scared. It looked like he would most likely be the henpecked type in the future. In the carriage, they had a tacit understanding not to disturb Lotus Sun and the others. Instead, when the carriage passed an alley, they quietly gave the coachman some money to quietly follow them. Ajua had mustered up his courage to do this, even though he only dared to let the coachman follow them secretly for now. The main thing was that he didn't know what Ryoko would do if she discovered him. Their purpose in going to the astrology club was to find the remaining two groups as soon as possible to avoid any mishaps. In the end, they had run into Jamiya Ryoko on the way here, which was like delivering a pillow to them when they were feeling sleepy. Ajua had initially thought that cell phone signals wouldn't work in this alternate world, but after the incident in his WeChat moments just now, he instantly saw the light. He immediately wrote 2 messages and sent them to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, telling them their current location and that they had found Jamiya Ryoko. The other message was sent to Li Xian and Zhang Zizi, but it was more reliable to let Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's physical body inform these 2 ancient seniors. The 2 of them had only just come into contact with modern things like cell phones, and weren't particularly familiar with how to operate them, so it was inevitable that something unexpected would happen. After doing all this, Ajua breathed a slight sigh of relief. He quietly pulled open the curtains on the side of the carriage and peeked out the window at Jamiya Ryoko and the others who were hurrying along. What on earth are they going to do? Ajua murmured. And it seems they specially switched masks with Ryoko. Are they afraid she'll be targeted? Do they want to keep her safe? Ajua's words were enough of an inspiration. Qin Zong of Qin Zong rubbed his chin and abruptly said, a dojo challenge in an underground boxing arena costs nearly 6 million gold gear coins and a pass. And sister-in-law's employer was the police chief, Dekars. He himself was here for the pass. Then how did sister-in-law and the other 2 people get their passes? Oh right. Zhou Zi nodded. Even if the director gives all the bonus to Yoshiko, a communication pass from the core zone is worth 20 million gold gear coins. That's not enough. Bingo. So the only explanation is that someone is sponsoring them. Qin Zong snapped his fingers and said with a calm expression, the person who is most likely to sponsor is the boxing arena operator, Zhu Yuanrun. Is it because Senior Golden Lamp saved him from the Black Dragon? Ajua frowned. Judging from Zhu Yuanrun's hostility towards them in the beginning, he felt that this person was not a nice person. Furthermore, such a cunning person who thought of all sorts of ways to use improper means to trip up his opponent had actually admitted defeat so openly. This also made Ajua vaguely feel that something wasn't right. It seems that Brother Zhua and I both think that this Zhu Yuanrun isn't a good person. In the carriage, Qin Zong folded his arms and analyzed, when all is said and done, this Zhu Yuanrun is just a capitalist who doesn't get up early without profit. This kind of person. It's impossible for him to make a loss. That's why he gave them extra passes. Someone must be helping Zhu Yuanrun to lure the enemy deep into their territory. Ajua and Zhou Zi heard this. They were all silent and deep in thought. The main thing was that Qin Zong's calm analysis made everything sound so reasonable. It could almost be described as impeccable. Of course. Qin Zong actually wasn't too sure about this conclusion. Ah, that's just my point of view. Brother Zhua and Brother Zi can just listen to it. They might also be confused. Confused? A koi fish like you can also be confused. Ajua laughed in his heart. In fact, Qin Zong hadn't confessed his true identity to Ajua at all, but Ajua already regarded him as a koi fish in his heart. Everything was so natural. But now, the carriage wheels came to a stop again. The driver at the front lifted the curtain. Sirs? The area in front is a private residence? The carriage could not go in. I saw that the lords you were chasing had already entered through the entrance. Okay. Many thanks. Ajua nodded. Soon after, they also got off the car. Was it as the coachman had said? What Ajua and the others saw was a magnificent mansion with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, on which all kinds of ancient mechanical beasts were carved, perfectly blending in with the style of this world. Including the plaque decorated with neon lights on the door, the words, D Manor, were written on the flickering lights. So this is the official residence of that director? Ajua stood at the door in a daze. Then, he started to pace as well. He followed Kyuya, Ryoko and the others in. His intuition had always been accurate. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Even though Audrey knew very well that Monk Jin Dang was here. Even if they encountered great danger, it would not be a problem. However, he still had to protect his own woman. This was what a real boyfriend should be like. Should they split into two groups and take the other carriage? As expected, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and the others, who had entered the core city as servants, received news from Audrey. As expected, Brother Joie is very lucky. Not long after entering the city, we ran into Miss Rong and Miss Ryoko, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said with a smile. Actually, he had already expected this outcome. After all, Audrey was with that one and only koi in the cultivation world, then are we still going to the astrology club? Xiang Yi asked. We still have to. Every week, a large number of dignitaries pour in to divine the stars and fortune. Although finding these two people in this imperial city is like looking for a needle in a haystack, it's not as difficult as you think. Wang Ming nodded as he used his brainwaves to transmit the location of the astrology club to everyone else's minds. This was a real-time map. The flashing red moving dot was their current location, and the destination of the astrology club was marked with a yellow asterisk. It was clear at a glance. It's actually this astrology club. Xiang Yi was startled when he saw the mark on the map. What, you've been there before? Loopy Toad raised its eyebrows and asked. That's right. Come to think of it, it's a coincidence that I actually run a tobacco, alcohol and snacks shop next to the astrology club. I'm the behind-the-scenes boss of that shop. Furthermore, today is the day of the special sale. Special sale? All kinds of snacks. Limited edition figs, limited edition lollipops, limited edition crispy noodle snacks, and so on. The rich and powerful may not be interested in these little things, but the children of the rich and powerful are very happy to buy them. They often carry them back home in boxes for the card collecting event. Xiang Yi laughed. Sure enough, it's the easiest to earn money from children. Otherwise, where do you think I got my 60 million gold gear coins from? Hearing this, everyone in Battle Sect couldn't help falling silent. Limited edition crispy noodle snacks, and it was a limited edition crispy noodle snack from another world. For some reason, everyone in Battle Sect had a feeling at that moment. Perhaps that man was coming. Chapter 1663. Tomorrow was his birthday. Actually, Wang Ling hadn't been looking forward to it since there had been too many mishaps on his birthdays in the past, and he had long since passed the age where he could look forward to birthdays. Every birthday told Wang Ling that he had grown a year older, and that he had become even more powerful. For Wang Ling himself, before he found a way to completely control his combat strength, every birthday was nothing more than a reminder that God had stuffed another spoonful of gunpowder into his body. His peers were now looking forward to their birthdays, but Wang Ling hoped that time could pass a little slower. As far as he could remember, he had never had a birthday party since he was 7 years old. Because it was hard to imagine him being able to blow out a candle and create a fire escape grand fireball technique, and directly burn down his home, so this year's birthday present was the same as in previous years. With Wang Ling's permission, Father and Mother Wang still gave him the option to buy something he liked. 17 years old. This year's birthday gift red packets seemed to be more generous than in previous years. Surprisingly, Father Wang wasn't stingy. The couple stuffed 17,000 HNY into the red packets. For Wang Ling, this was shockingly a huge sum of money. When he opened the red packets, he received the couple's heartfelt wishes. On each bright red banknote was written beautifully in pencil, "Happy birthday, son." Father Wang had been fiddling with these 170 banknotes in his study for a long time last night. He had written a lot of well wishes online, and after sorting out his thoughts, he had planned to transcribe them on the banknotes bit by bit. Later, he realized that there were too many well wishes, and it seemed that these 170 banknotes weren't enough to fully express his feelings. Thus, out of all the words he wanted to say, there was only one sentence left: "Happy birthday." But Wang Ling didn't intend to spend all this money. The main thing was that he couldn't think of what he wanted to buy, and what he really wanted to buy was a certain snack from the snack shop, which was so cheap that he didn't need to spend so much money at all. After putting the money away, Wang Ling planned to go to the bank and deposit this huge sum of money into his account. Just as he was about to teleport away, little girl Nwan had crawled over at some point and tugged at his trousers. Actually, Wang Ling had recently realized that this little girl especially liked to stick to him. And he was not a person who liked to be stuck to by others. Perhaps it was because they were related by blood, but he didn't reject Nwan's clinginess at all. Wang Ling looked at Wang Nwan. "Do you want to come with me?" Wang Nwan exclaimed, "Ah." Therefore, he half-squatted down and picked little girl Nwan up. His movements were smooth and natural, and he could not find any mistakes. In fact, this was the result of Wang Ling practicing it many times in private with Loopy Toad, mainly because he was afraid that he would be too stiff and make his little sister uncomfortable. Seeing that Wang Ling had picked her up, little girl Nwan was also happy. Her chubby body leaned against Wang Ling's shoulder like a little fat bird perched on his shoulder. She liked to nestle in her big brother's position. The whole scene was so warm that it was unbelievable. If there was someone else watching, they would definitely feel that it was unreal. Although he hadn't shown any expression from beginning to end, this gentle gesture and the way he treated his little sister with such care and gentleness always felt unreal from Wang Ling, the role model of our generation. After depositing the money, the whole process took less than half an hour. The specific time taken was shown below. Wang Ling used the Great Teleportation spell to move to the nearest bank. The whole process took less than a second. Wang Ling noticed that the ATM machines were under maintenance, so he took the initiative to take a number and wait for it to be processed manually. There were a lot of people on Saturday. Then, he had to queue for a full 27 minutes before his turn was called. Then, it was time for the manual deposit, which took another 2 minutes, but thanks to this time in the queue, Wang Ling was able to sort out his thoughts about what he wanted this year. He felt that the other world's limited flavor crispy noodle snacks in the land of nothingness seemed pretty good. It was just that the currency in the real world couldn't be used to buy them. But the truth was that Wang Ling had some savings in that world. Because not long after grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had realized that there was a land of nothingness in the North Pole, Wang Ling had in fact already noticed its existence. Because of the other world's limited flavor crispy noodle snacks, they were only available in limited quantities every year. Actually, Wang Ling had resisted the urge to uproot this strange world. Of course, he also clearly knew what on earth these people were planning, whether it was an old ancient divine weapon or a new one. Wang Ling thought that if someone really thought that they could rule the universe with this scrap of metal, that would be a little too whimsical. The truth was that no matter how old or new an ancient divine weapon was, it was impossible for it to withstand the power of one punch from him. Today was his birthday, and it just so happened that the other world's limited edition gear crispy noodle snacks were on sale in this world. It was said that anyone who drew a crispy noodle snack with a golden gear card in its packaging would receive a free pack of neon rainbow crispy noodle snacks. Wang Ling didn't know how much better it tasted than other crispy noodle snacks, but he knew a little about its effects. It was said that as long as you ate neon rainbow crispy noodle snacks, for the next few days when you went to the toilet, the stuff in the toilet would also turn a beautiful rainbow color, and it would last for a full 7 days. Limited edition crispy noodle snacks sometimes weren't necessarily sold for flavor, but could also be sold for novelty. Ordinary crispy noodle snacks were no longer able to satisfy Wang Ling's needs. These novelty flavor crispy noodle snacks indeed gave Wang Ling a different feeling. They gave him a sense of satisfaction. Of course, when Wang Ling entered the illusory world of nothingness, he had a disguise. His name in this illusory land of nothingness was a single name, which was the word Jean, after the word Ling had been removed. For the bosses of all the game parlors in the core area, this name was an absolute nightmare. Because game parlors were Wang Ling's main source of income in this world's currency. As for Wan, as long as she was in shadow form, she could stay on Wang Ling's shoulder without anyone noticing. Thus, when Wang Ling put on the white fox mask which he had prepared beforehand and swaggered into one of the game parlors in the Imperial City, almost in a split second, the game parlors went into level 1 alert mode. It's Jean. God, Jean has appeared again. Is he going to smash the boxing machine again today? When the person in charge of the game parlors saw the familiar figure enter the surveillance room, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Staring at Wang Ling's figure, he immediately ordered the person next to him, quickly find someone to calm him down, then inform Boss Jia at once and ask him if he has any countermeasures. Didn't the boss go to that underground boxing arena? He came back a long time ago. He's now at the astrology club next door. Good. I'll go ask him right away. Chapter 1664. Illusory Realm, the core area of the Imperial City, in the central hall of the huge ancient castle. An old gentleman wearing a gold-rimmed monocle sat on a dazzling king's chair inlaid with all kinds of beautiful crystals. He held a black scepter in his hands and squinted his eyes into slits, exuding an air of unfathomable depth. The most eye-catching part of his extremely distinctive face was the pitch-black mole at the corner of his mouth. Your Excellency, the Black Dragon has been captured. But by the time we caught him, he had already killed 3 past commanders. A spherical guard floating in the air entered the palace and reported the current situation in an electronic voice. This matter should not be made public. The previous commanders also had backup bodies. Have they been replaced? Na Wei held onto his scepter and replied indifferently. All of them have been replaced with newly developed antique divine weapon androids. Up until now, the families of these killed commanders still haven't reacted. This matter has been handled beautifully. Na Wei smiled. Shouchong and the Black Dragon are both in place. The merging of the Brain of God has been completed. Now we just have to wait for Mr. Na Wei Gong to offer up his body. Have they arrived? Yes, Your Excellency Na Wei. They have already entered Daika's mansion. Immediately send people over and surround the mansion. We must capture Gong alive. Try not to damage her body. Yes, Your Excellency. After making all these arrangements, Na Wei heaved a long sigh of relief on the king's chair. Back then, his master, the heartless ancestor, had divided a portion of his left and right brain tissues. One of them had been implanted into his body when the Black Dragon had been created. The other was in Shouchong's body. After years of painstaking preparation, the Brain of God had finally been assembled. This made Na Wei very happy. Of course, there was one thing that made him even happier. He had discovered a body that was more suitable for creating antique divine weapons and mass-producing them. If he could obtain such a body, he could replace the existing materials with the latest bionic technology. His antique divine weapon would be peerless and invincible. Following the address Dekars had given them, Lotus Sun and the others smoothly arrived at D Manor. Back in the slums, Skady had already built and operated this magnificent private mansion in the core area through his connections and channels. It was all for the sake of waiting for the day when he obtained the pass and became a true superior. Then, he could directly move his family into this magnificent mansion. This was the lifelong dream of all lowly people. Although Daikas was different from the ordinary, lowly, people as he was the most hopeful person among the ascenders in the slums to enter the core area and move to this huge and magnificent imperial city, the ascenders were still classified as lowly in the archive. The only difference was that their assets and connections were incomparable to those of ordinary scums. They belonged to the higher stages of scums. But now, the situation had completely changed. Daikas had finally realized his long-awaited dream. He could live in a large mansion that he had prepared long ago and settle down comfortably in this imperial city. He could have 8 or 10 wives, raise a bunch of cute children, and live the life he wanted. At least, that was what Lotus Sun and Kaguya Ryoko thought when they saw this mansion. But when they actually entered the mansion, it was strangely quiet, which was indeed beyond their expectations. As a powerful ascender, Daikas had already begun to lay out his plans for the interior of the imperial city when he was in the slums. It was impossible that this huge mansion didn't even have a single hired servant. It's a little strange, Rong Rong. In the team voice channel, Kaguya Ryoko couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She tugged at Lotus Sun's cloak and could clearly sense that the atmosphere in the mansion wasn't right. I can sense Mr. D's aura. He should be in this room in front of us. Lotus Sun led the way at the very front. In fact, she also had an ominous premonition. Relying on the powerful passive perception ability of man and sword as one, Mysterious Sea was able to identify Diecast's aura in this mansion, but it was very weak. It was completely different from the Diecast they had parted ways with on the road leading to the core area. When they arrived at the core area, their first reaction wasn't to complete Zhu Yuanruan's mission and go after the Black Dragon, but to catch up to Diecast as soon as possible because of what Monk Jin Dang had said, to prevent him from getting into danger. But looking at the current situation, Lotus Sun sensed that they were still a step too slow. Although Diecast had left before them, it had only been less than an hour. Mr. D, Lotus Sun knocked on the front door of the inner hall. The door wasn't completely locked, and opened easily with a light knock. After Lotus Sun's call, the deathly silent inner hall emitted a strange and soft whimpering sound. The sound was muffled and couldn't be heard at all. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't even be able to detect it. Feeling extremely uneasy, Lotus Sun finally walked up to a wooden wine barrel hidden at the back of the inner hall. And Diecast's aura. It was inside this wooden barrel. Clenching her teeth, Lotus Sun summoned up her courage and lifted the lid of the barrel. A foul stench immediately hit them in the face. It was an extremely complex and rancid smell, like meat products that had gone bad after being marinated for a long time. Lotus Sun and Ryoko Kwamiya were dumbfounded. Because an eyeball was looking at them from inside the barrel. Even though she couldn't tell what Diecast looked like, she could still tell that it was Diecast's eye. Mr. D. Lotus Sun's eyes instantly turned red, and she tried to use Mysterious Sea's healing sword Chi to heal him. But it was already useless. Diecast had been killed long before they had arrived. Such a big guy had been chopped into pieces, and put together with the scattered parts in this wine barrel. This is the calamity he deserves. Healing sword Chi can save people, but it has no effect on the dead. Monk Jin Dang sighed. He made a Buddhist salute to the wooden barrel, and the Buddha's light of rebirth had already condensed in his hand. This beam of light could quickly end Diecast's pain and allow him to enter a new cycle of reincarnation. But before this beam of light, Jin Dang seemed to think of something, and he extracted the almost inaudible whimpers from the wooden barrel. They converged into a short string of words. This was the message of death that Diecast had gathered with his obsession before he was killed. There were only 2 words, run. Perhaps it's because we left the address earlier, and he calculated that we would come looking for him. That's why he left this message. Monk Jin Dang sighed. He spread out his Buddha's hand, which was full of glittering golden light and boundless divine power of the Buddhist Dharma. Mr. D, this little monk and the 2 girls have received your message. Have a safe journey. This little monk has calculated that you will be incomparably happy in your next life. A beam of light of rebirth fell. In the wooden barrel, Diecast turned into golden powder with his last obsession and floated towards the pure land of bliss. After doing all this, he saw the 2 emotional girls with teary eyes, and hurriedly comforted them. Miss Rong, and Miss Ryoko. Right now, the battle isn't over yet. Keep moving forward. He felt that his words couldn't be said to be comforting. Modern cultivators hadn't experienced too many past wars. But without the peace they were used to enjoying, the true path of cultivation was often much crueler than that of modern cultivation. This was a truth that could only be understood after experiencing it for oneself. Touching upon the cycle of life and death, except for that man, no one had the ability to change the outcome that had already been decided. Senior Jin Dang, I understand. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she raised her eyes and scanned the surroundings with her spiritual sense. Come out, all of you. I will return Mr. D's pain to you several times over. As soon as she said that, a powerful sword Chi suddenly howled out of Lotus Sun's body. Next to her, Ryoko Kwamiya was completely shaken in that one breath. Rong Rong. She felt that Lotus Sun had become a different person, or rather, her previous understanding of Lotus Sun was completely incomplete. The sword chi emanating from her body was too strong. Ryoko Kumiya thought that in all her life, she had only felt this kind of awe once, when she had been fortunate enough to meet that extremely famous blade master in Huashio Nation. And now, the sword chi erupting from Lotus Sun, seemed to be even more violent than when she had met Blade Master back then. This was the true fury of a hibiscus. Chapter 1665. More than a dozen chilly auras with boundless coldness twisted indifferently from all directions, and their target was the foyer of the mansion where Lotus Sun was currently. These malevolent spirit energies seemed to be replicas, from their intensity to their smell, they were all exactly the same, which made Lotus Sun immediately determine that these people were very likely to be the new ancient divine weapons that Monk Golden Lamp had mentioned before. Only artificial cultivators with strict standards could have such a consistent sense of harmony. From the aura to the spirit energy to the malice seeping out from within, they were all exactly the same. Kumiya Ryoko was terrified. She was not someone who had never seen such a big scene, but the new ancient divine weapons that surrounded them now, even though they were not the final products that had been finalized, each of them had the combat prowess of a quasi-Dao god. Although they weren't at the level of Black Dragon, there were many of them at the moment, and the accumulated malice had a huge impact on Jimiya Ryoko, a golden core cultivator. Surrounded by so many battle machines with such a huge disparity in realm, Jimiya Ryoko's face immediately turned unsightly. But while she had turned pale, Lotus Sun's face was glowing, and she looked ready to fight. This couldn't help making Jimiya Ryoko feel even more bewildered. Wasn't Lotus Sun just at the foundation establishment stage? Were all foundation establishment cultivators so brave now? Because she had already become good friends with Lotus Sun, Jimiya Ryoko didn't feel ashamed, but just a little incredulous. Could it be that Senior Golden Lamp had also blessed Lotus Sun? Jimiya Ryoko thought it over, but the doubt in her heart only grew stronger. After all, Monk Golden Lamp had also blessed her, and she knew what it felt like. It was true that one's body would become stronger after being blessed, but in the face of such a huge gap in realm, the fear of the disparity would still involuntarily surface. When she had been dealing with Black Dragon earlier, Jimiya Ryoko's mind had been filled with the scene of Odd Joie and that pretty boy, Lovey-Dovey. The more she thought about it, the more infuriating it became, and she had no time to think about anything else. But now that they were surrounded by more than a dozen new ancient divine weapons belonging to quasi-Dao gods, the situation had fundamentally changed. Ryoko Kumiya was not stupid. Even though she found it inconceivable, she could sense that the sword chi on Lotus Sun's body wasn't from Monk Jin Dang's illumination, but from her own power. At this time, outside the inner hall, a dozen or so shadows appeared in front of them through the hazy window paper. Each of them was wearing the same black uniform, with a very special black hemp rope tied around their waists and a clown mask on their faces. One of them circled to the roof, his eyes releasing a golden light through the holes of the clown mask. The Lord requests that we capture this Mr. Gong alive. As for the rest, you can kill them. Yes. At the same time, a cold and gloomy aura shot toward the inner hall, locking onto Lotus Sun almost at the same time. Lotus Sun's heart suddenly turned cold. Fortunately, she had swapped masks with Kumiya Ryoko and used Mysterious C's passive ability of becoming one with the sword to simulate Kumiya Ryoko's aura with the Fata Morgana illusory aura technique, causing this group of people to lock onto her. Senior Golden Lamp, protect Yoshiko. I understand. Jin Dang put his palms together, then stepped forward to protect Kumiya Ryoko behind him. He hadn't organized Lotus Sun's operation because it was a rare opportunity for her to gain experience. As a senior, it was very immoral to fight for experience points with a junior. Thank you, senior. With Monk Jin Dang providing logistical support, Lotus Sun could act without any scruples. Then she looked at Kumiya Ryoko and smiled. Ryoko, I know you have a lot of doubts right now. I'll explain them to you when I get the chance. The situation was urgent, so she only left her with these words. Then she stepped lightly on the ground and soared into the air, breaking through the ceiling with Mysterious C in her hand. Bang! As the rubble was smashed, the girl's figure appeared along with the azure sword chi. Like a hibiscus rising from the water, her body swirled with the aura of the boundless ocean, forming a sword wave that rushed out in all directions. On the roof, Jean Deng clearly hadn't expected that Mr. Gong would choose to take the initiative to fight in the face of such a siege. When the sword chi from Lotus Sun came rushing at him, a contemptuous expression appeared on his face, and he wanted to reach out to block it. But when his hand came into contact with this seemingly unremarkable sword wave, Jean Deng was stunned to discover that it wasn't an ordinary wave at all, but a tempestuous wave. The unexpected impact carried with it a tyrannical force that made his right arm go numb on the spot. Jean Deng's reaction was swift and fierce. His brain had been instilled with a large number of combat techniques, and in the face of such an unexpected and fierce attack, even if he was suspected of underestimating his opponent, it wasn't as if he was completely without a way to remedy it. Under these circumstances, meeting force with force would only cause him to lose an arm in vain, so he very cleverly used the thinking concept of Taiji Fist: receive, transform, release. It looked like he was receiving the attack, but in fact, he was using the power of transforming force, a kind of force that could move 1,000 caddies with little effort, so that the fierce force brought by the sword chi was continuously dispersed from one point in all directions. As long as this force was dispersed, even if his arm was hit by the attack, it wouldn't completely break. Finally, with the sound of bones dislocating, Jean Deng took a step back. Using the combat techniques instilled in his brain, he resisted the trouble caused by underestimating his opponent. In the end, the price he had to pay was just a dislocation. Like most new mystical weapons, they didn't feel pain, so a dislocation didn't seem to affect them at all. With a calm expression, he used his left arm to help twist it, and the right arm was reattached. This person's reaction is very fast. Faced with Jean Deng's swift and fierce reaction, Lotus Sun was amazed after this test move. It's not that his reaction is fast. All the combat experience of a new ancient divine weapon is the same. They're like calculators that can quickly find a way to deal with different moves in the database, Sun Yinger analyzed in Lotus Sun's mind at that moment. So that's how it is. Lotus Sun nodded. She tightened her grip on Mysterious C's arm, a confident expression on her face. If her opponent was fighting her according to a preset program, then the following battle would be very easy. In Lotus Sun's view, the following battle would be very easy to handle. After all, a computer program was still inputted by humans. Even if it had the ability to learn autonomously, if it encountered a problem that didn't appear in the program, it would be difficult for it to react immediately. As the #1 foundation establishment cultivator on Earth, Lotus Sun's logical thinking was extremely clear. Mysterious C, lend me a hand. She called out to Mysterious C in her heart and gradually began to unseal this passive ability of becoming one with the sword. When the aura of the Heavenly Tao magic cube was slowly released from Mysterious C's azure blade, Jean Deng's expression froze once more. Heavenly Tao magic cube. There was actually such a thing. At this moment, he suddenly understood why this girl's sword chi could be so fierce. It was just a Heavenly Tao magic cube. As long as he was careful, he should be able to smoothly complete his plan to capture her alive. But what Jean Deng hadn't expected at all was, after Lotus Sun unsealed the power of the first Heavenly Tao magic cube, this aura actually continued to soar, so there are 2 magic cubes. Jean Deng couldn't help sweating at his temples. Then, the beads of sweat grew denser and denser, almost as if it was raining down, because the number of Heavenly Tao magic cubes he sensed wasn't just 2, there seemed to be more. A few seconds later, Jean Shui's brain had almost stopped working. Before accepting this mission,